Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series on the live lounge here in Ports. It's day two's worth of action here on the South Coast, and this is what happened on Monday.
And that is a brilliant leg from Hilton Klein. Is it another ton plus checkout against the Barbarian?
For third ton plus checkout, Conan Whitehead's head is in his hands. And that's because Steve Reynolds has found 3 ton plus checkouts. Van Schie looks at double 16 for the match, and this time he doesn't pass the opportunity by. He hasn't missed many, if any, opportunities today. He's going to get a poke at the ball for the 1-2-4 and his third ton plus finish of the day. So that's what we saw on Monday. We were watching it all in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. He joins us here in the studio now. Is it fair to say that that was a day of two halves where the top players really did turn it on? Maybe a couple down the bottom end of the table have got work to do on day two?
Yeah, I think so. There's an even spread of people on points in the table, but we did see definitive strength from the likes of Jimmy Van Schie and in particular Daryl Pilgrim, who had another record-breaking day. But yes, a lot of work to do for the people towards the bottom if they're going to be having any chance of winning this group over the course of the next couple of days.
It felt like Daryl Pilgrim did everything right yesterday. I know it's easy to say that when a player's won 5 out of 5, but he scored heavily and his finishing at 47% was 9 immaculate. Yes,
different departments as well. The outer ring, the bullseye, the approach work was pretty good as well. He didn't do everything right yesterday, but it felt by the end of the day that he wasn't punished enough for the tiniest of mistakes that he made. But when you boil it down, we spoke with our backroom staff this morning. He did something yesterday that's never been done here. He went through an entire day by losing only 2 legs. That is ridiculous when you think about the quality that's in this group with the likes of Lipcombe and Van Schie and others. It genuinely was one of the most impressive daily campaigns, and the scary thing is, it could have been even better.
Well, those are the results from yesterday. Let's have a look at the table. Daryl Pilgrim leads it, 10 points to his name. Jimmy Van Schie in second place on 8. Again, running to a level which in most weeks would see him probably at the top of the table and possibly completing the card. With the exception of that game against Daryl, where I say he's slightly off, he still averaged 8.5 in that game. It felt calm, assured and confident from him.
I think yesterday was the performance of a player who's come to know this place very well and someone who never panics on a Monday no matter what happens. Yesterday was very good, winning 80% of his matches. 87.5 as an average. He'll be happy with that because that is something he can really work with for the rest of the week. My only concern coming into yesterday was Jimmy's tiredness. He's had a very long season, and this could be one of the final acts of the season, obviously before he goes to Lakeside very soon. But I just hope that his energy levels are such that he can have more success because everybody wants that for him.
Pound for pound, where is he in terms of best players we've currently got here?
The tallest, to start with. But, yeah, he's definitely up there. 2 weekly titles this year. He made it to a series final. If we were going to compile the best players of the year, he'd definitely be in the top 5 for me.
Steve Reynolds, if the truth be told, maybe after a couple of games we began to fear the worst, a couple of 4-0 defeats for him, but the way he bounced back and the way that he responded towards the second half of the day showed a lot of character.
Yeah, it did. At game 3 yesterday, when he'd lost 4-0, I'm thinking, wow, this is pretty harsh. He looks, fairly solid on the stage, and losing your first game to 0 and your second game to 0, you're thinking, what could he possibly do? And we talked about it in round 3 yesterday. If he could walk away with 4 or 6 points, it will feel like more than that. The way he was able to erode his negative leg difference completely and actually end up on +3, it just goes to show what he's got in the tank. I expect a lot from him today.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see how yesterday's action has been represented there. Pilgrim still the favourite. Jimmy Van Schie still second favourite. No change there. Steve Reynolds has come in terms of the betting as well. What stands out particularly for you?
Well, I think Conan going down the list a little bit and Adam maybe doing the same. No surprise there that they're going pretty much in order of the table because that's how I see it too. I think after yesterday, Hilton Klein will feel a little bit more comfortable on the stage. I expect him to get more legs and worry more people today at certain stages. But if the likes of Pilgrim and Van Schie and Reynolds maybe, if they go up a notch, maybe the others are going to struggle.
Is there a fear it could become a two-horse race very quickly?
Yes, I think so. It very much depends on the middle portion of the table. If they can cause a couple of upsets by stopping Pilgrim and Van Schie, we might have a race on our hands. Otherwise, Wednesday, two-horse race it could be.
Well, Paul, thank you very much now. I shall see you in the commentary box in a few moments. Our first game of the session sees Jimmy Van Schie in action. He takes on Conan Whitehead, the first ever champion here at the Super Series for Jimmy. Well, it has been a blockbuster 2024. It's been a year which really has changed his diet in life. He came here as an ADC qualifier in January. He didn't make it through. Then he won a first week. Then he's won a second, 8 WDF titles. He's the number 2 seed for Lakeside and a runner-up in Super Series 8 as well. It's been 12 months to remember for the towering Dutchman, and we've been reflecting on it early on this morning. Jimmy, very good first day for yourself. 4 wins from 5. What would be your overall assessment of your performances?
I think I played good. The only game I played there I lost against Daryl. A bit unfortunate, but for the rest, I think I had a good day yesterday.
In terms of your overall level, were you happy with the consistency that you played at?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a busy few months, and I think I'm playing recently really good. So yeah, I try to keep this going.
2024 has been a really good year for yourself. What in particular do you think has clicked that's turned you into the player that you are now?
The wins give you confidence, of course. The more you win, actually, and I've won a lot this year. So yeah, the confidence is up there, and that's what you need.
We saw you here in January as a qualifier, and now you come here as somebody who came close to winning the big title. How would you describe your development as a player over the last 12 months?
Yeah, the confidence is there, and that's the key. I think I've been playing better than ever. Keep on growing, and I think that's the main thing.
Back to today, do you feel like a similar performance to yesterday should yield a similar outcome in terms of points?
I want to play better than yesterday, actually. I know I got more in the locker, and I'll try to give it today.
And I suppose as well with Lakeside on the horizon as well, as much as you want to be successful here, I suppose there's also one eye on getting yourself in form ahead of that one.
Yeah, of course. This is good practice also, so yeah, I'll try to be ready for Lakeside as well.
Wish you all the best, Jimmy. Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Jimmy Van Schie growing. I don't think anybody needs that, do they? In a darting sense or a literal sense. But this towering Dutchman has hit the heights here on more than one occasion. A winner of 2 weeks in 2024 up against Conan Whitehead, who you may see one very big difference straight away. He, as soon as he left the building, went straight to the barbers. But this man, Jimmy Van Schie, the 31-year-old from Breda in the Netherlands, the Dutch Sequoia, well, he had a very good first day, didn't he? 4 wins from 5. His only defeat being to Pilgrim, who completed the card. Up against Conan Whitehead, the 38-year-old from Raynham in Kent, the Barbarian, the first ever series champion here at the Modus Super Series. Now, me and Paul Nicholson can actually share a story. Jack Garwood, the referee for today's action. We left the building at about 20 to 2 yesterday. When we left
first leg, it's
to head back to the car park, there's a barber next door to the building we're at here at the Live Lounge. And Conan Whitehead was in there, and he had a grade 1 clipper on his head.
I think it's very sharp.
41.
I've seen him have quite a few do's over the years, but I think he's looking pretty slick today. I've said for years,
83.
that if you turn up feeling good, you will play good. In particular, over the years, I've said that about Adrian Lewis, because he's had a hectic lifestyle over the last
140.
couple of decades, but whenever he went and got a haircut and turned up feeling pristine, he always used to play brilliant. And that might just be the case for Conan today. Just a little bit of refreshment. And if he wants to get in on the act in and trying to win Group A, he's got to have a very good day indeed.
100.
I think minimum today, 8 points.
Weirdly enough, in that barber, sat next to Conan Whitehead was a parrot in a
140.
cage.
Was there?
There was a parrot in a cage, yes.
100.
African grey.
Conan, you require 138.
This would be a great start for Conan.
Please tell me that was called Chanel. If you've never seen that video on YouTube,
90.
that is quite funny.
Jimmy, you
Wasn't for the
require
person in
120.
question because she lost her parrot. Conan might lose the leg on a ton plus checkout. That one is in. I have no idea how, but it is a
Get
ton
the
plus
first leg,
checkout,
Jimmy
and that
Van
is
Schie.
rather remarkable that has been hit.
Straight
Second
out the
leg,
gate,
it's Conan
Jimmy
to
Van
go
Schie
first.
starts as he
Game
means
on.
to go on a 120 checkout in the first leg of the day. The Dutchman 1-0 to the good. As far as his day yesterday was concerned, an average of 87 and a
125.
half, 7 maximums, tied most with Darryl Pilgrim, and his doubling was to a very high standard as well. 16 hits on 43 attempts, that equates to 37%. And he fires in his first max of day 2.
And his 8th of the week so far,
100.
following his biggest finish of the week so far. And in his own words this morning, he wants to play better than yesterday, and the early signs are very promising.
60.
As far as Tuesday is concerned, this is like the
134.
morning after the afternoon before, isn't it? Because now everybody has license to get ready for World Championship season.
108.
And Jimmy Van Schie
Conan, you require 140.
is on course for a lakeside berth. And when he's playing like this,
94.
who's going to stop him?
Jimmy, you require 81.
On for potential 11 data here.
Get
What a
shot on the
start.
second leg, Jimmy Van
What
Schie.
a start. 115.62 the average. That equates to 13 darts on average a leg.
Third
Van
leg,
Schie
it's Jimmy
2-0
to
to the
throw
good.
first.
Conan Whitehead
Game
raises eyebrows and says, how can I beat that?
Well, just to put something into perspective there, we had a lovely shot of how
60.
tall Jimmy is compared to Conan. Conan is a very imposing individual. You meet him and you think, okay, I feel quite inferior now.
140.
You put him next to Jimmy, it's frightening. But he's anything but frightening.
180.
Wow. 3 180s, 2 out of 2 on the doubles,
94.
a 120 checkout. What has Whitehead done wrong here?
And by the way, that 114.10 is a scoring average. He hasn't had a dart at a double. Van Schie has hit 4 180s, averaging 121.89. And Darryl Pilgrim, who's the record holder in terms of average in this building, may well see that average goes on
59.
because Van
Jimmy,
Schie
you
here
require
is on for
81.
back-to-back 11s.
Here we go again. Here we aren't going again. Okay, so that leaves 15. It's got to make sure of this single.
69.
Does a good job. But what has Conan done to Jimmy? Van Schie is 1 double away from leading 7-0
60.
against
Jimmy, you
him
require 12.
in the 2 games they've played this week. Fair to say he can see over the top of that one. He's in the basement.
9. Conan, you require 148.
Well, this is Conan's first opportunity of any type in this game. And it's at a 148,
92.
a 2-0 down, averaging
Jimmy, you
104.
require 3.
The early signs for today are very, very promising, aren't they? Double 1.
No score.
Oh, how things can
Conan, you
change.
require
A
56.
few moments ago, Jimmy Van Schie was on for back-to-back 11 darts, averaging 121. He may be back in this game at 2-1 because Whitehead had 2
16.
darts at tops of the break. And
Jimmy,
you feel
require
like
3.
they may be 2 opportunities that come and go on and might be the only 2 opportunities he gets in this game.
Game shot on the
That's
third
very
leg.
well
Jimmy
done.
Van Schie.
Maybe not the portion of double one that he wanted, but he'll take it.
Fourth leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
It is scary to think that Van Schie had 8 points on Monday and a leg difference of +8, and he was 10 legs
100.
behind Daryl Pilgrim. Because like we said, Pilgrim set another Super Series record yesterday,
81.
giving up only 2 legs in a session. That has never happened before.
83.
And we'll see Darryl in action in our next game against Hilton Klein, our ADG qualifier from Gaborone in Botswana.
I hope we got another
140.
factoid for us today about said place.
Oh, I've been burning the midnight oil to make sure that there's some facts about
70.
Gaborone today.
You want to be careful with burning the midnight oil. You might have some activists on your door. What you meant to say was you've been staying up doing your research with your
140.
tiles on your roof giving you the power.
Either way, there's significant bags under my eyes this morning. However, there seems to be no
81.
ring rust for Jimmy Van
Jimmy
Schie.
require 140.
Average gone down to 101, but what a start it has been to his day. And he could round it off with his second Ton Plus finish. In fact, he could have bookended the game with Ton Plus checkout. Said he had taken out the 140, but he
43.
hasn't really cleaned
Conan,
it
you
up. Yes,
require
he's left himself on a 2
167.
darter, but he would have expected to have left it handier than that. He's going to return for 97, though, to round off a 4-0 win.
131. Jimmy
Well, for
require
Christmas, I want some
97.
Jimmy Van Schie bookends. I think that'd be a fabulous piece of merchandise.
57. Conan, you require 36.
To get his first leg against Jimmy this week.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He will
Conan
not give
Whitehead.
up. That is something we know about Conan.
Fifth leg.
His
it's
average
Jimmy to
yesterday,
throw first.
84.11.
Game on.
High performance of 92.24, but always
100.
look at the levels that you get from Conan week wide. I think if you were to go through the history books of the last 2 and a bit years,
100.
Mondays would be his worst day. Usually, Saturday is his best.
140.
You know this whole thing about the nappy factor that was brought into darts a few years ago when Mark Webster had his first child and he made the semi-finals of the Grand Prix, and
70.
when Michael van Gerwen had his first child, he started winning a lot more. Think about the dart players this week
140.
who have children, and they think to themselves, if I play well this week and get into next week and do well there, I can have the most remarkable Christmas.
99. Conan, you require 161.
That is something these guys will be thinking about.
I know in the case
97.
of Conan, that is very
Jimmy,
much
you require 92.
what this is all about. It's a family game for him, but it's a game that could well be won by Jimmy Van Schie, or at least this opening contest could be. And he's going to get a dart at the ball for 4-1 win.
How does he hit this? Past the scalpel. Because that needed to be
45.
surgical.
Conan, you require 64.
And credit to Conan here. He has stuck with Jimmy. He's hung around the same level, and the plateau in performance from the Dutchman has given him opportunities. And if he can find this nigh on impossible double 8, the game will be back on throw
48.
And that's why it was so hard.
Jimmy, you require 47.
That previous start was shielding everything.
To finally get the job done. The start was sparkling. Didn't quite finish with a fizz, but it's a win
Jimmy
nonetheless
Van
for
Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie. He gets the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 1. 3 legs in, he was running at an average of around 120. He was imperious. He was not an invincible. Conan Whitehead kept pace with him as much as he possibly could. He averaged 95 himself. But Van Schie, courtesy of that 11 darter and 14 dart in the first 2 legs, runs out a 4-1 winner against Conan Whitehead. Coming up after the break is Darryl Pilgrim up against Hilton Klein.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Game, shot, ornament. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal, King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George. Game, shot, and
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 1, averaging 93.61, 4 maximums, 4 from 12 on his doubles, including a 120 checkout. He had an 11 darter in there as well. He's off and running with a win. Next up for us, Darryl Pilgrim and Hilton Klein go toe-to-toe. Day 1 was a complete compare and contrast for these two. Darryl Pilgrim completing the card, winning 5 matches out of 5, and he has taken the early ascendancy of this Group A table. The Eagle is flying. Mr. P, the 37-year-old from South Croydon in London, 3-time winner of a week in this particular format. And he takes on Hilton Klein, 46-year-old from Gaborone, throwing with 22-gram McCoys. And he'll be hoping that he has a nice crisp day today. The man nicknamed Triple H.
Why did we not spot that yesterday? Why is he throwing with a packet of crisps? I think that's about the same weight as a packet of crisps as well, isn't it? 22 grams?
Pretty much.
First leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
So without being too pun-filled today, he's got to get some beef about him, hasn't he? Especially up against the man who has not lost so far this week.
140.
And he really was Very impressive. We've mentioned that record that he set yesterday. His average for the day, it wasn't even his best daily campaign with that. But the 180s were there. He had 7. You mentioned the doubles at the top of the show, Henry. They really were impressive at 47%.
100.
I think yesterday
121.
for Hilton it was about gaining a bit of experience on that stage and getting comfortable. I am 100% certain today that he goes up there feeling a lot better than yesterday.
131.
To put it into context, how good Daryl Pilgrim's doubling was, just as some kind of comparison. Over the course of the tour last year, the player with the best checkout percentage was Damon Heta, and he checked out at 44%. I know there's a much bigger sample than what we saw yesterday, but it's just a rough guide as to how Daryl has been finishing so far this week.
58.
I don't think anybody should be surprised to know that Damon Heta is the best finisher on tour.
81.
I sneakily suspect he might get in the Premier League, you know. Anyway, that's for another day. Double 12. And that is the ideal start for Daryl.
Pilgrim one up. I remember yesterday he dropped just 2 legs to complete the card. Nobody's done the like before.
Daryl Pilgrim doing things that nobody's ever done before in this building.
63.
Like we haven't seen that before. He's set more records than Usain Bolt. But he still hasn't got that series title.
140.
If you think about Steve West, who we're going to see later this week, you think about Pilgrim, they've had extraordinary success in this building, but they both still crave that series
41.
title, and only one of them can still get one in 2024.
You can make an argument that Daryl Pilgrim was the original Steve West in terms of his hit rate, his success ratio in this building. He was the first player to get to 3 weekly wins before Matt Clark joined him in that club.
I love what you just said there, because we talk about certain people being the new Phil Taylor, the new Van Gerwen. Daryl Pilgrim was the original Steve West. I love the way you've just worded that. That's a compliment in a very Back to the Future way.
Well, put it this way, I wouldn't want to know what Steve West would say to me if I said that he was the new Daryl Pilgrim.
I'll ask him on Thursday when he's here.
Well, we've already had one 11 darter today, and Daryl Pilgrim's threatening a second. Hilton Klein hits his first maximum of the day.
And his 4th of the week. Bullseye. Oh boy, he really is on it this week, isn't he? This is merciless. Anything but grim from Daryl.
To throw first. Game on.
Might be grim for Hilton. It's a bitter pill to swallow for him. He's 2-0 behind. But Daryl Pilgrim here is averaging 111. And in full credit and full fairness to Hilton, he's averaging his excess of 101. And as good as we've seen him play so far this week.
93.
He may cause people more problems over the next couple of days. But considering the company he's in, it's going to be very hard to pick up points. Especially when you consider the improvement that we saw from Steve Reynolds yesterday as well.
40.
Hilton is wearing a Gladiator dart shirt today. So we're not just going to make crisp jokes about McCoys.
96.
We're going to talk about Gladiator as well.
I believe this is his ADG team shirt. Now, in the African Darts Group,
96.
players that are members, they get put into teams. A little bit like, do you remember at school and you used to get given your house?
Yep.
And effectively, it's kind of the darting equivalent of that.
What house were you in?
I was in Nelson, so we had the
140.
ships in Portsmouth. So we were Nelson and we were the yellow shirts, for example.
I was yellow. We had Sydney was my house.
58. Darryl, you require 86.
Somewhat apt that I'd moved to Australia just a few years later.
$45.
What were the names of the other houses?
Ark Royal, Mary Rose,
All something to do with
and
ships,
Victory.
right?
And Victory, yeah, they're all ships.
Very
Darryl,
good.
you
I
require
like them.
41.
Oh, double 16's safe. How's double 8?
Game shot on the third leg.
Hit is what it is,
Pilgrim.
and that's 3-0. Yeah, we had houses at our school.
Fourth flag. It's
Sydney,
Hilton to throw first.
Hastings,
Game on.
Ridley. I forget the other one. But we can't forget this performance. This is typically Darryl.
58.
He is playing as if he needs Thursday and Friday off, like he's got a prior engagement. If he keeps playing like this, he is going to win this group.
108.
Prior to this week, there was one or two question marks as to where the A game and where the game altogether of Darryl Pilgrim was at. Well, he's answering those questions,
134.
and he's answering those questions quite considerably so far this week. Averaging 105, and he's making it look effortless.
58.
This is what he can do. And we've known this for some time.
$39.
It doesn't help that Hilton's having a few darts on the floor. I don't know about you, but I'm seeing that a bit more
96.
these days. I'm seeing it more from people who use the molded flight technology. I think there needs to be some
41.
research about
Darryl,
this
you require 167.
because it is happening a lot.
So Pilgrim, 6 darts for the match and 6 darts for a 4-0 win. And the beginning of
45.
today is following a similar pattern to yesterday where games are being won quite convincingly.
Wouldn't this be an apt checkout to win this match,
59.
considering his
Darryl, you
average
require
record in this building is 122? It may never be beaten. But he's not going to take it out. In fact, his 122.69, it could have been beaten by Connor Scott
82.
if he'd
Hilton,
been
you
a bit more
require
polished on his doubles when he got
170.
this year's venue record.
If Pilgrim took that 1-2-2-8, would have had 100.2 average. It would have been 60 darts for the match. Klein unable to take out the 170.
100.
Pilgrim back
Darryl,
for
you
a
require
4-0 win.
40.
And to kick off today, just like he ended yesterday, in
Game shot and the
convincing
match.
fashion,
Darryl Pilgrim.
Darryl Pilgrim is continuing to take charge of this Group A. 6 games played, 6 games won, and that's an average of 98.5 to accrue his latest victory. All smiles as both players depart the stage. Milton Klein hardly got a look in that contest despite averaging 83.5, didn't get a dart and a double, but for Pilgrim, supreme passage through that match. Coming up after the break, Adam Lipcombe, he needs a big day today. He takes on Steve Reynolds, who ended Monday's action superbly.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not only. Definitely
he thinks
not.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That was a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that. Double 7 now, for sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. darts for fun, the favourite for the singles competition, and the winner of the pairs. I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're doing
your
the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the breakdown, Pilgrim got the better of Hilton Klein by 4 legs to 0, averaging 98.56, the best average we've seen so far this week. And in terms of the doubling, as good as perfect. 4 from 5 on the outer ring. Next up, Adam Lipcombe, the baby boy, 32 years of age, 3 times a weekly finalist. But he's got work to do if he is going to progress his way up Group A today. Up against Steve Reynolds, the Renegade, who yesterday ended the day pretty superbly. He lost his first 2 matches to 0, but the recovery thereafter was absolutely immaculate from the Stockport thrower. It's Reynolds against Lipcombe. It's our 3rd game of the morning session. Paul Nicholson is alongside me, and for Adam it's a case of today needing to sharpen up in a lot of areas.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's very fair. He didn't throw poorly yesterday, but I think he found himself in some pretty tight spots against some very accomplished players.
140.
With 2 points on the board and 4 adrift of Steve Reynolds, he's already at must-win territory if he harbours any ambition of winning this group. Because Pilgrim has got 12 points. Jimmy Van Schie's got 10.
63.
And even if he wants to get into Group B, he's going to have to get a move on.
And if he loses this, he is going to have a 6-point gap, no matter what, between himself and
24.
Steve in 3rd.
I like what you said about Reynolds, actually, because yesterday's recovery,
30.
it reminded me of something that we saw quite a while ago from Lee Budgeon when he was here. He was on debut, and on his first day, he lost his first 2 games.
140.
But then he would win his next 3. Then he would win Group A.
100.
So we can't count him out of winning this group, especially if he wins this game, because that would get him just 2 points behind the top 2 and with the top 2 to play.
96.
Lipcombe being found guilty of a case of miscounting there,
85.
leaving himself on a bogey. He's hoping to get away with it, but
116.
nobody hit more ton plus checkouts yesterday than Steve Reynolds. He had 4 of them, including 3 in his match against Conan Whitehead. He's not going to get one here. Lipcombe may have got away with that mathematical
45.
error. And he
Adam,
will
you
return for
require
83 to
83.
take out the first leg of this contest.
I like the fact you've found him guilty, by the way. He's also
on the
guilty
first
of
leg,
winning the
Adam
first
Lipcombe.
leg on the bullseye. The second bullseye finish in the last couple of matches.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
So if somebody leaves 168 now, guilty. Get the gavel out.
$100.
Steve Reynolds, nicknamed the Renegade. Do you know what a renegade is?
No, but I'm sure we're about to find
140.
out.
Well, I've known the word for a very long time, but I've looked at the meaning of it. It actually has quite sinister connotations.
100.
A renegade is a person who deserts or betrays an organization, country, or a set of principles.
100.
Essentially, it's another word based in the English language. It seems really harsh. A renegade is a traitor.
100.
This is a singles way of playing the game this week. The only
95.
person he can betray is himself. But I am fascinated to find out why he's called the Renegade.
Well, let's hope it's not for any of the reasons that you just explained there.
Correct.
81.
I hope he's not on the FBI's most wanted list or something like that.
Well, if he was, it'd be very silly for him to be coming to a
54.
competition when he's live on YouTube every day.
Yeah, but
120.
hiding in plain sight might be quite smart.
Took this out yesterday to win his game against Adam. He's not going to do so here. And so Lipcombe back for 112
60.
for the
Adam,
break
you
of throw
require
and a 2-0 lead.
112.
That could work. 97 left. But it won't work.
52.
He's had a
Steve, you
couple of
require
those
60.
misstrayed darts into the treble 5 early on this morning, Adam Lipcombe. Reynolds to level up, looking at tops.
Games
And Reynolds
on the
gets
second
tops.
leg, Steve
And
Reynolds.
this match is all square at 1-1.
Yeah, his finishing yesterday was very
Third
good.
leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He was doing Lancashire proud yesterday.
$85.
Later in the week, I think we might delve into the history books of Lancashire County. Yesterday we were mentioning great dart players from that part of the world.
140.
That is, of course, the county where Dave Chisnell lives. He lives in northwestern Lancashire, in Morecambe.
80.
And he's one of almost 100 players who are going to the World Championship at Alexandra Palace in the coming month. And the draw was made yesterday. And the 4 players
100.
that are in the World Championship and will be back for Champions Week next week learned their fate.
140.
Jim Long will take on James Hurrell, who was actually here for the very first day when this place started on September the 3rd, 2022. The winner of that game will take on a
100.
small matter of Michael Van Gerwen. Romeo Gerbervat has got Callan Rids. If he wins that game, he's got Martin Schindler, the 22 seed.
100. Steve, you require
Give you the other
161.
two draws in the next leg. Let's see if Reynolds can take 161.
$65. Adam, you require 96.
For 2-1, and to keep up this pattern of holds of throw at the beginning of this contest. He's going to leave
56.
himself on top, so he
Steve,
now
you
has the hope
require
that Reynolds
96.
cannot take out what Lipcombe couldn't.
This is the name of the game, isn't it? I've got to do what you can't. And he might. And he
Games
does.
on the third leg, Steve Reynolds.
That will be a sickener to Adam Lipcombe, because that is a leg that he should have
Fourth
felt is in
leg,
his
it's Steve
leisure,
to throw
but it's in the
first.
possession of Steve Reynolds. He's 2-1 up, he's got the break, and now he has control of this match.
He
He really does have control of this match now. Adam's got to fight his way back into this one.
140.
The other two combatants from Champions Week in the Worlds, Darius Labanauskas has got Ryan Joyce, which is an awful draw. Winner takes on Danny Noppert. That is in this section where Luke Littler
96.
has got Ryan Meikle, and the winner of that, well, he's got Ryan Meikle if he beats Fallon Sherrick. And that's where all the press has been in the last 24 hours. Kai Gotthard, who won week 4, and we'll be back next week, the winner of the PDC Europe Super League. He's got Alan Suter.
140.
And the winner of that one has one of the favourites for the title, which is Stephen Bunting. But for me,
128.
draw
Steve, you
of the whole thing,
85.
Connor Scott against Ben Robb. Winner plays Damon Hetter.
Tops. How many times? How
on
many
the full
times has an
flag,
11
Steve
darter
Reynolds.
been threatened, and for the second time today it's been hit? What a standard. What a day we're being
Fifth flag,
treated to
it's
so
Adam to
far.
throw first.
Steve Reynolds leads
Game on.
Adam Lipcombe by 3 legs to 1, averaging just a shade under a ton, and 3 from 3 on his doubles.
85.
Here's a question for you. Do you look at Steve Reynolds differently now to what you did 24 hours ago?
100%. And let's be honest, not even 24 hours ago, after the second game,
83.
if the truth be told, we began to fear the worst for him because he got beaten 4-0, 4-0, and we've seen
100.
how ADC qualifiers can then sometimes take a tumbling from it, but not Steve, and that is to his credit.
Almost starting to believe
54.
that when he lost his first 2 games 4-0, he was luring everybody into some sort of false sense of security.
140.
Now everybody knows what he can do, and Lipscombe is starting to turn it on himself. He's averaging nearly 100 now.
$60.
Well, this
How do
is
you
the
require
Super Series at
96?
its enigmatic best. Big players, big names, firing big stuff at one
56.
another. And Lipscombe's left himself on tops after 12 to bring it back to 3-2. In matter of fact, we've got 4 recorded average for sure and 2
87.
more
How do you
here.
require 40.
There's 1 that's under the 90 mark.
Game shot on the
Yeah, it's
fifth
just the
leg,
one,
Adam
but
Lipscombe.
Adam's got just the 2 legs, and he needs just 2 more to pinch this game, which is going to be very difficult considering
Sixth flag,
Steve
it's
throws
Steve to
first
throw
now.
First. Game on.
Well, that was the freebie for Steve Reynolds. This is the one that he has to attack.
41.
But Adam's not going to press the panic button, come what may.
100.
He's too experienced in this building to let one bad day or maybe a bad Group A get the better of him. And he'll feel like whatever group he's placed in this week, he will fancy his chances of getting out of.
125.
Yeah, the groups are pretty tricky this week, though. Steve West, Ted Evans, and Rhian O'Sullivan
100.
are 3 people who will be jetting their way to Portsmouth tomorrow or on Thursday morning. They will play in the night session, which will be 10 o'clock on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel come Thursday. As for Group C, you got Jared Cole,
40.
Richie Howson, and a man by the name of John McCarthy. And I promise you, that is not the world-famous UFC referee,
140.
also known as Big John McCarthy.
Well, Lipscombe here has fought back well. He's left himself on a finish after 9 against the Reynolds throw. He had trailed in this contest 3-1
9.
and he's
Adam,
going
you
to get
require
6 darts from here to
161.
square us up at 3 apiece. Doesn't have to. He went for it and he wasn't too far
136.
away.
Well, that answers that then. Usually in our quick-fire questions, we ask the players, would you go for it or would you lay up? Adam is a go-for-it kind of guy.
140. Adam, you require 25.
Double 4.
Game shot on the
That is the
sixth
double
leg,
that
Adam
got him.
Lipscombe.
The influencer pairs.
That's back-to-back 14 darters for Adam Lipcombe, and we go all the way to a last leg decided. Some real quality big applied by Baby Boy. The question for Steve Reynolds now is how much can he keep pace with it?
100.
We've only had 2 games go the
83.
distance in this group. And this is game 18.
45.
Both games that have involved Adam Lipcombe. He did lose to Van Schie yesterday in game 3 by 4 legs to 3. And this is game 3 again.
100.
I'd be flabbergasted if we only have the 1-4-3 today.
And ironically, yesterday,
8.
the only 4-3 came in game 3 of the session.
$60.
If Reynolds loses this game, this will halt all of his progress.
100.
And he will stay on 6 points. This would be brilliant news for Van Schie and Pilgrim. They'd have that Rio Grande between the top 2 and the rest.
108.
But Reynolds isn't finished yet.
May well have been a comeback in vain for Adam Lipcombe. Cannot find a treble there. So Steve Reynolds comes back for 78 to eventually seal the 2 points against Adam Lipcombe. He's had to work harder than perhaps he would have wanted to. That's a perfect lie. Lipcombe expects it to go, but he is going to get one last reprieve.
Well, there you go, Adam. He's missed 1 dart at a double in the match, and you can make him pay for it. I think he senses now that he may have just missed his opportunity to win this one.
56. Steve, you require
Tops
40.
for Reynolds to seal a 4-3 win and to put himself onto 8 points. And to put himself in a really good position to qualify for Group B. Steve Reynolds gets the better of Adam Lipcombe by 4 legs to 3, and it feels like already a table of 2 halves are beginning to emerge. The top 3 separating themselves from the bottom 3, and Steve Reynolds with a 4-3 success against Adam Lipcombe moves himself onto 8 points. Baby Boy stays on 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Hilton Klein take on Jimmy Van Schie.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Schie is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Schie probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Schie who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! 1 leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are round of fixtures down. Before the break, Steve Reynolds got the better of Adam Lipcombe by 4 legs to 3, averaging 91.31, 4 from 5 on his doubles. He moves on to 8 points, but for Jimmy Van Schie, it is a search for a dozen, and if he does so, he will move joint top of the table. But the big problem he's got is he's got a Darryl Pilgrim size gap to breach. But if anybody can breach the tall order of Mr. P, it's probably the tallest man that's ever been seen in this building.
First leg, it's
Could you
Hilton
imagine a
to
meeting
throw
between
first.
him and Cordecker?
Game on.
What would you call it? The Land of the Giants Derby? You probably don't remember the show The Land of the Giants.
82.
Used to be a bit of a Sunday staple back in the 80s and early 90s, where people were trapped in a universe where everybody was a giant.
140.
I'll show you a little bit of that later. Well, right now, Hilton, he does feel like he's caught in the Land of the Giants.
108.
He's played pretty well today, and he's got no legs to show for it. That's his second 180 of the day. He's already showing that he's more comfortable on Tuesday than he was yesterday. I just wonder what ceiling of performance he can find over the course of the first 5 days, because he's not going to win this group. That's going to be Pilgrim, Van Schie, or Reynolds at this stage.
91. Hilton, you require 142.
This is a good start against a very accomplished opponent.
Well, when we came down from the gantry yesterday afternoon, the first person we bumped into was Hilton, and he promised us he'd play better today, and to his credit, he has. The issue he's got is everybody else has been raising their games against him, but the other thing he does have as well is the fact that he gets Pilgrim and Van Schie out the way with early, so he may be able to get a bit more joy a little bit later down the order, and he could get some joy here.
Double 16.
Game
And
shot
takes
the
it
first
brilliantly
leg.
for the
Hilton
first
Klein.
leg. Now, that wasn't a problem yesterday. In a few of his games, he was able to get out of the
Second leg, it's
traps,
Jimmy to throw
but he was
first.
reeled in
Game
pretty
on.
quickly. Is there anybody that Jimmy hasn't got along with when he's been playing here? He seems to have this amazing ability to be the social glue in the practice room to make
41.
everybody get along. He does not have one nasty bone in his body, and he's got some pretty big bones.
140.
He's 6'9".
59.
Oh, look at this.
171.
Now, what happens next?
We said this yesterday. When an opponent's not on a finish, Jimmy will go for the extravagant.
Six.
He is going for the
Jimmy, you
bullseye.
require
And he's probably going to hit the bullseye. It was worth a go. It was worth a go.
Does he win the leg?
Game shot on
He
the second
does.
leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
What a classy 12-darter that is. And Hilton gives him full respect.
Third
I'm
leg,
sure
it's Hilton
everybody
to throw
would.
first.
That was a wonderful
Game on.
leg of darts.
Ah, it's going to be one of them games, is it? End of every leg. You played well. No, you played well. No, you played well.
45.
Nice to see that parrot's turned up.
It is nice to see that parrot's turned up.
83.
That parrot woman, incidentally, went on to appear in numerous quiz shows.
Are you kidding me?
She went on a quiz show called Winning Combination and won £9,000.
60.
Should buy a new parrot.
As you could tell, that was what I was watching when I was unemployed for a little while.
140.
Moving swiftly on.
60.
We've talked about the draw brackets for the
92.
PDC World Championship, which is happening in the next 3 weeks. What about the section of the draw for Jimmy at Lakeside?
100.
We could maybe look at that a little bit closer to see who stands in his way of maybe making the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, possibly the final match.
140.
Well, the thing with this Lakeside draw, you look at it and you probably think that all the big names are stacked in the bottom half of the draw. Van Schie, Stone, Duff, Copeland, Colley,
100. Jimmy require
Edgar.
46.
Mendel Lawrence shouldn't rule him out the mix. But if he plays like this, I don't think Jimmy Van Schie will care who he
Gates
plays.
on the third
Because
leg,
since
Jimmy Van
losing leg
Schie.
1, he's piled in legs of 12 and 14 to move 2-1 up.
3
Fourth
legs,
leg, it's Jimmy to throw
3
first.
fist bumps.
Game on.
And that was the worst leg of the match so far. Incredible.
140.
So, for everybody who might not know, who was Jimmy got first?
So Jimmy Van Schie will, because he's a seeded player, will get a bye through to the next round. He'll play the winner of the game between Bjorn Leon, the Swede,
140.
or the very handy Hungarian Patrick Kovac.
Based on form, Kovac
42.
wins that game against Lejeune.
Mm-hmm.
And based on what we've seen from Patrick recently, he could cause issues for Jimmy Van
59.
Schie. If Jimmy does his homework, he'll know that Patrick might be going through a bit of a process at the moment, and he might be a bit slower than usual, so he's going to have to be ready for that.
99.
But I still see Jimmy winning that game.
And Jimmy will have a crowd of him at Lakeside as well because, I mean, he's got 23 people coming here on Saturday. Just for him.
96.
He's confident of making Saturday then, as he should be.
And it wouldn't surprise me if said folk also made that pilgrimage up to Lakeside because it's only an hour or so up the road.
140.
Pun intended? Pilgrimage?
I'd have to have some kind of intelligence to make that stick.
Let's see if
40.
Jimmy can make this
Jimmy
stick.
require 80.
For another 15 darter to be equally the worst leg of the match.
40.
Look at the angle that one tried to get in at. He'll be back because we have a bogey number alert.
41. Jimmy require 40.
And tops. No problem
Gates on the
whatsoever.
fourth
And Jimmy
leg,
Van
Jimmy
Schie
Van
is,
Schie.
for the want of a better phrase, stretching his legs.
Fifth
Just having a
leg,
look at
it's
that
Hilton to
Lakeside
throw
draw.
first. Game
And
on.
I'm just having a look at the top half of it, and I just think it's there for somebody to go on a deep run. Because I look at that section, and I just think it's really open for somebody. I think on paper there's a lot of evenly matched players.
57.
And I'll tell you who stands out for me as somebody that could go on a deep run in this tournament. Canada's Jacob Taylor, who's branching that top half. He's got a tough first game against Carl
45.
Wilkinson, British Open champ. He's had a really good year on tour. Gets past that, he's got Benjamin Prattimer, the number 8 seed in the next round, which I think Jacob would mind playing.
45.
Then Thomas Junghans, who has had a decent season, but I think Jacob again wouldn't mind that as a draw. And then the quarterfinals would be one of Porter Turner, Roman Grunewald,
85.
Schweyen, and Kassar of New Zealand.
There's some dangerous parties in there. Benny Prattimer's a really good player. But for me, Pete
100.
Mason.
Ooh.
He was 1 dart away from hitting a 9 darter at Lakeside. He is a BDO major champion, and
140.
he's a high seed. He is very hard to beat. And if Mason was to make the final, I would not be surprised.
81.
Fair to say that in the bottom half of the draw is probably where the strength in depth is, but it opens up for somebody in the top half. It'll be interesting to watch.
Let me tell you this. I'm not saying this because I've represented Australia many times. It's the fact that there are so many Australians in that tournament.
43.
That will actually give all of them a better chance because they're going to be surrounded by a lot of familiar faces who they can practice with, they can socialise with, they can prepare with.
38.
I think Australia are going to have a very big tournament.
But Schie, 6 starts on 188 to seal the win. His average 97.28. He has
125.
started like a dream this morning. Average 93 in his first game. And he may well follow it up with a performance a bit bigger than that.
60. Jimmy requires 63.
Today is proving to be very similar to yesterday because
Shot
Jimmy
on the match,
is
Jimmy
faultless
Van Schie.
in his first 2 games. He's won them both by 4 legs to 1, and it's another very impressive performance. 98.34 gives him his best average of the week so far, and there's definitely gears to find. Hilton just can't seem to live with Van Schie. He took the first leg with a very impressive 15 darter, but after that, Jimmy stretched his legs, and with 50% of the doubles, he was more than good enough. Conan Whitehead is up against Reynolds next. A very important 2 points here for Reynolds. If he can get them, he will get to 10 points.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth in all of its glory for the Modus Super Series. It's game 5 of our session and it sees the first ever champion in this building, Conan Whitehead, take on Steve Reynolds. It was October the 22nd, 2022 when the champagne was raining on the face of the Barbarian. It was the biggest night of his darting life. He won 20 grand and picked up the trophy, the first ever accolade, something that he's proud of and something that can never be taken away from him. But if he is going to make it out of this Group A, he's going to have to get going quickly, because it feels like already there's a chasm between the top half and the bottom half as far as the table is concerned. Going into the 5th game of the session, there's a 4-point gap between himself and Steve Reynolds in third. If Steve wins this game, he's 6 clear of 4th place, and already he could begin to dream of a Group B appearance come Thursday night, and maybe even set his heights, or set his sights, shall I say, a little bit further up the league table.
58.
In the top half of the table, there are 16 wins there from the games we've seen so far. In the bottom half, 3.
100.
That tells you everything you need to know.
$43.
Even at this early stage, like you've mentioned, Henry, if Reynolds gets to 10 points, just 2 points behind the top 2,
59.
his participation, at least in Group B, is looking very good indeed.
I haven't spoken to Steve to kind of really ask what his targets or expectations for this week are, but I can get a feeling that if he was to play the night session and get out of Group C into a Group B, he'll see that as one step towards success.
140.
Okay, let's play devil's advocate then.
60.
Because it is week 12. It's the last qualifying week before Champions Week. And next week could be the biggest week we have in this place all year. If it's going to be Reynolds and one of Pilgrim or Van Schie, with Steve West, Ted Everton, Ryan O'Sullivan, pick 3 names out of that.
100.
Everts will be harder to beat this week than most other weeks, because I think he's really starting to warm to this place. It's taken a while. And you always back Steve West. You can't bat against him.
Well, quite literally, when he tells you that he's going to do something, he does it. Remember that 9 darter around about this time last year? When he went up to the balcony and said, I'm going to hit a 9 darter in this game.
6.
Some presenter decided to say on camera that Steve West promised a 9 and then duly delivered.
Speaking of being delivered, what is it with this guy in doubles? He really has been exceptional on the outer ring, and Conan is starting to feel a little bit devoid of positivity. Everybody seems to be playing their best darts against him.
He's a player that likes respect, but to a certain extent, he's almost being respected too much the way the opposition are playing against him.
83.
I mean, let's go through some of the numbers that have been hit against Conan. He's already had a 93-61 against him today from Jimmy Van Schie. Conan averaged 95 in that game. Then, yesterday, Van Schie didn't play at his best, 84-68. But he had the 3-ton plus checkouts hit against him by Steve Reynolds. He then beat Adam Lipcombe by 4 legs to 1. And then the first 2 games that he played, he got the better of Hilton Klein and then was on the receiving end of a 98 average and a couple of ton plus checkouts for Darryl Pilgrim. So it does feel like players are playing their best darts or bringing their level up when they're playing the Barbarian.
That's because they know how dangerous he can be.
140.
When you win a title here, you do have a target on your back. And don't tell me that Marvin van Velsen did not have a target on his back when he came to try and defend the title.
83. Conan, you require 81.
It's a different mentality altogether. And Conan can attest to that. He can also attest to an 11 darter. That's a bit more like it, Co. And level we are at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Is it also
Game on.
different when you have a surprise winner come back into the building? And I don't mean this as a disrespect to Marvin whatsoever, but at the beginning of the tournament, he probably
43.
wasn't one of the names high up on the list. Maybe going into the Champions League, he wasn't one of the favourites. He came out the pack to win. Can that change the mentality when you defend a title?
Maybe.
6.
I think you'd have to speak to Marvin about that. But you've got to give him his props. He was within one game of getting back to Champions Week. And not many people have been to 2 consecutive Champions Weeks.
Well, only one defending champion has made it to the next
74.
Champions Week, and that was Luke Litter, who'd then go on to defend his title successfully. Do have 2 former champions in the lineup for next week. Scott Taylor and
6.
Andreas Harrison will be looking for number 2.
Two players that I really can't wait to watch next week.
45.
They play with differing levels of visible passion. Harrison actually lost out in the Czech Open final to Jimmy Van Schie over the weekend. So he's obviously in pretty good touch.
43.
I feel sorry for the odds compilers trying to come up with an odds list for next week, because I think it's incredibly tough.
I don't feel sorry for them whatsoever. I think that's a great job to try and decipher that.
180.
I'd like to say that that is the 7th consecutive game for Conan with a maximum, but unfortunately, after his first 3 games yesterday,
100.
he wasn't able to get one in the next
Only
2.
require 158.
In fact, the next 3. But look at this. Bull. Oh, yeah.
Shot on a third
Sexy.
leg. Conan Whitehead.
That's how you get a 158, isn't it?
Fourth leg,
The
it's
Barbarian
Schie
at
to
his
throw
brilliant
first.
best.
Game on.
My word. Sometimes we talk about finishes like that. Whitehead goes out there and delivers it. That was magic.
140.
There's players that say things, and there's players that do things. Conan Whitehead does both.
11.
Do you know what that's like? That's like one of those shots when you hit it, you want to tell everybody, look what I can do. Look what I just did.
123.
I'm not even sure anybody's ever hit that checkout on this stage.
I can't remember it.
140.
I think if it had, we would remember it. So, Conan, what else can you do that nobody else has done? Well, 350 has been done in 6 darts.
50.
But on this stage, only twice. And that will remain the case.
60.
Shouldn't really be surprised that he can take 158 with 254s and Bull. He is one of the best players I've ever seen
140.
on Triple 18. Up there with Priestley and Rob Cross.
83. Steve, you require 40.
Well, Reynolds here has left tops after 12, and this is for a level
Yeah,
game
shot on
at
the fourth
2-2,
flag,
and that
Steve
is
Reynolds.
plumb in the middle. A match all square,
Fifth
a
flag,
match
it's
all
Conan to throw
tied.
First.
In
Game
a
on.
game of real high quality. Both players within 0.02 points of one another.
And
98.
both players perfect on the doubles. 2 out of 2, the both of them. 2 little ducks each.
83.
Or in poker terms, it's pocket deuces each. You know that's the sneakiest hand in Hold'em.
140.
Even some of the best players in the world can't read pocket deuces. Very easy to disguise.
Why did you sound like
6.
Stewie Griffin when you said pocket deuce then?
Must be getting posher in my old age.
What
the deuce?
139.
Whitehead has left himself on 1-2-4 after 9, looking to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest. Reynolds not really doing much on the cone and throw in this contest. He's allowing the Barbarian plentiful opportunities to take legs out. And because the bullseye is, to quote himself, his favourite double on the board, he will go for the bullseye on 1-2-4s if he's missed the treble with dart 1.
We haven't been short of bullseye finishes so far today. It's only game 5.
Conan, you require 68.
I've seen 3 of them. Maybe even another one.
43.
I assure you, he was not happy that he had to go for the bullseye there to try and take that leg in 5 visits. But having said that, he doesn't have to.
45. Conan, you require
Well, this has been a real off leg
25.
for Steve Reynolds, and Whitehead looking to take full advantage of it. Double 4 now.
21.
But Steve Reynolds at the back of the stage was just stretching over for a second or two.
The one thing that debutants have to learn is that if you're playing 5 days leading into a Saturday, it's not easy. And how many
83.
debutants can honestly
Conan, you
say that they have done that
require 4.
before? Not many at all.
Game shot on the
3-2
fifth
lead for
leg,
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
He's the one who's getting more chances to win this match.
Sixth
Can
leg,
Reynolds
it's Steve
bounce
to throw
back?
First. Game on.
So let's be honest. Best of 7, 5 games a day. How many debutants, particularly from the ADC, can they say they've got exposure to this kind of format
81.
before they come here? The answer is no. Not under this sort of pressure.
The only time possibly is if they've
42.
had a run in a tournament of some description, but on a regular basis, most likely not. And for Steve, this is all a learning experience.
It is. But if we're going to be exact about this, when you're playing
40.
knockout tournaments, you're constantly winning. This is round robin. The mental aspect is one of winning and losing and still having to play again.
140.
The only debutants that come here who have exposure to that are the Germans from the PDC Europe Super League. And I think that's one of the reasons why Kai Gotthard was able to win on debut, because he'd been through it before. And
100.
Daniel Closer, when he was on debut, he won Group A.
Although, admittedly, we did see the powers of recovery for Steve Reynolds yesterday. He did lose his first 2, and he did
95.
respond well to win his last 3. But it looks like he's going to be tasty defeat here. Conan's taken the darts off of Steve, whose scoring power has seemingly deserted him when he's needed it the most. But that 140 has let himself first to a finish, but Conan will be looking to leave himself on a 2-darter from here.
Doesn't have to move now.
95. Steve, you require 140.
Interesting number he's just left. Now that he gets a look at it, if he finds the treble 19 with the first dart,
100.
he will go for 2 double
Conan, you
18s.
require 129.
We'll never know.
89. Steve, you require 40.
Ball these tops, and that's what Reynolds wants for a level match.
Game shot on the 6th
When
leg,
he
Steve
finds
Reynolds.
that tops, it seems to be on a string right in the middle of the bed. Steve Reynolds is 3 from 3 on the outer ring, and we have a level game.
7th and final leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Reynolds for the day is 7 from 8 on doubles.
100.
That's seriously impressive. The last time I saw something like that, it was a few weeks back when Martin Turner was starting his Group B campaign, and he was 8 from 10 in his first 2 matches.
140.
Well, this is a huge leg for
39.
Conan Whitehead. If he wins it, then he keeps himself at a close enough distance to Steve Reynolds to really attack him come the end of the day. But if Steve wins this leg, there's a 6-point gap between the pair.
26.
And it'll look like he's done half the job in terms of qualifying for at least Group B on Thursday evening.
Yeah, this is your quintessential Super Series 4-pointer.
60.
And one of the benefits of having those longer points for Conan is that he can group those darts so close together, but it does come with a caveat. If you can get them really close together,
140.
and you're just above the wire with your marker, you can score very tight 60s.
58.
And these are shorter points compared to what Conan had last time he was here. You remember he was trialling the extra long points, which then were put in the bin after a couple of days. I do believe that they're still in his case, in case he does want to have a try with it at some point this week.
Yeah, one thing that people don't tend to remember is that when you're getting rid of your points, if they're old and not usable anymore, get rid of them responsibly. Now, what's he going to do? Because he's perfect on doubles.
But it's not going to be 4 from 4 on the outer ring. And Steve Reynolds
79.
hit Conan Whitehead with 3 ton plus checkouts yesterday. Could Conan Whitehead win this game with a ton plus checkout? The bullseye to do it.
74.
That was offline, off length. And so Reynolds returns for the match. Look at it, 888. And this is to continue a winning run of 5 in a row. 4. 2s.
14.
Well, it may well be the double that
Conan, you
loses the
require
game for Steve
48.
Reynolds.
Okay. Double 16.
32.
I wonder if he was put off by that first
Steve, you
start.
require 2.
Because I am pretty sure he was going for a single 8. He did not want to be in the bottom left corner.
But Steve Reynolds wouldn't want to be left in the
So,
madhouse,
and the
but he
match,
finds it.
Steve Reynolds.
And he seals a 4-3 win against Conan Whitehead, his 5th consecutive win after dropping his first 2 matches in Group A. But for Conan Whitehead, the former champion, he's got big work to do. He now finds himself 6 points behind Steve in the group and moves on to 10. 4-3 in the margin of victory there. Coming up after the break, Dale Pilgrim and Adam Lipcombe.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening encounter. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is the favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do, a double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a very good throw. Tops to the left. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Steve Reynolds got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3. The focus now is on Adam Lipcombe and Daryl Pilgrim, Mr. P, who is unbeaten so far. 6 games played, 6 victories to his name, and he can make it 7 heaven if he can get the better of the baby boy, who's picked up just the solitary success so far this week and lost out in his opening game in a last leg decider to Steve, although Adam did average 93.5 in that game, 3 from 5 on his doubles. And Daryl, well, he put in the performance of the week in his opening game against Hilton Klein, average of 98.5, 4 from 5 on his doubles to seal a 4-0 win against the man from Botswana. And if he plays anywhere near those levels, Adam Lipcombe, you feel like even though he averaged 93.5 in his first game, is going to have to put some on his performance.
He's got to get chances.
59.
You can be a football team and you can string 50 passes together, but if you don't get a chance at the end of it, it's pointless.
100.
That's what Pilgrim is doing so well. He is getting chances and taking chances and disposing of opponents
108.
fast. That's why he's got a leg difference of plus 22 at 11 o'clock on Tuesday. I've never seen that before. Because it has never happened before.
Well, we get to the point that we have a look at the all-time legs difference record, which at Group A is plus 36, which is shared by 3 players. David Evans, Christian Kist,
85.
and some lad called Luke Littler.
170.
The fish didn't have to go and isn't going to be netted by Pilgrim on this occasion.
134.
But some of the power scoring today has been ridiculous.
I really, really hope, for Daryl's sake, that he knows what has clicked very recently, because he said yesterday he wasn't sure what it is. Whatever it is, just write it down, Daryl, because you are functioning at your peak right now.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first.
This was a Daryl Pilgrim that for months we were wondering, where had he gone?
100.
When he's in this mood and when he's in this kind of groove, he is almost unassailable at times. And that this is a Group A that's got a former champion, a guy that was within a leg of winning the last series.
39.
And Adam Lipcombe, a player who's improving every single time he comes here. And he's making it look as if we've just put him in a group with 5 duds.
108.
That's not a dud. And Lipcombe is starting to fight back. I know what you mean, though, because I looked at this group and I thought, this is hard. But the fact that someone has had the most productive day in Super Series history in this group, it tells you everything about what Daryl can
99.
do.
And the question marks were as much as usually when Daryl Pilgrim's favoured to win a week and win a group, you're not surprised. But there was maybe a couple of eyebrows raised when he was just slightly in front of Jimmy Van Schie in the betting at the beginning of the week. But he's proved that to be laughable. He may well concede just his 3rd leg of the week here.
Game shot on his second leg.
And to win a leg against Daryl Pilgrim, you have to hit 12 darters.
Third leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
That's a bit of a message, isn't it? If you want to beat him, you need 12 daughters.
100.
But that's what the elite do. They make you hold in 15 and they make you break in 12. Admittedly, that was on the Lipcombe darts, that particular leg. But you know roughly the formula you're going to need to give yourself at least a chance of beating him.
Well, this is a school that Pilgrim has been swimming in for the last couple of years. He's very used to that formula of having to hold in 15 and break in 12. It's not going to be every leg you play. There are going to be some other ones as well, where both people miss.
59.
But if you can subscribe and stick to that formula, you will not go far wrong. It reminds me of a World Championship, which was
108.
16 years ago now. Steve Grubb was drawn against Phil Taylor in the first round.
100. That will you require.
Steve said
81.
famously, if I could just hold my throw in 15 darts, I think I might have a chance.
Game shot on the third leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, well, that's an 11 darter, and Adam had no chance of winning that leg.
That's a third of the day already.
Fourth leg. It's Adam to throw first.
Look at that.
Game on.
Yeah, just back to that Steve Grubb Phil Taylor game 16 years ago.
120.
It was a really interesting statement that Steve made before his debut. If I can just hold my throw in 15, I might have a chance in sets. People laughed at him.
100.
They genuinely laughed at him and said, that is absurd. But if you look at the fact that Taylor did win the game 3-0, he didn't drop a leg.
140.
But he only averaged 96. If Steve had held in 15 darts a lot, he would have been close. That's the message behind it.
97.
It also shows it's one thing saying and another thing doing, and players can go in with that game plan of this is what I
81.
need to do to beat a certain player, but the execution of it is a completely different thing. But to Adam Lipscombe's credit, he is sticking with this Daryl Pilgrim rampage. And in fact, he could win as many legs in this game against Daryl and the rest of the field had done
96.
combined in the previous 6
Adam, you
fixtures.
require 155.
He's had to average 107 here to do so.
90.
That is very useful. That's pretty useful as well.
65.
15's first. Tops to finish.
25.
That could be the one mistake
110.
he could not afford to make.
We saw Pilgrim punish Whitehead like this yesterday, and he could do exactly the same to Adam Lipscombe. He will do exactly the same to Adam Lipscombe. Right on cue. Not just is he hitting big, he's hitting big when it matters.
Fifth leg.
And Adam Lipscombe knows how significant that miss at tops could be.
I have a philosophy that maybe only someone like you, Henry,
118.
might understand fully. Because if you think about the people that Daryl's been playing with
140.
over the last couple of years, look at what they've done. Connor Scott is going to the Worlds for the second consecutive year. He is back on the tour for at least the next 2 years. He's just been to the quarterfinals of the Players' Championship in Minehead. Cam Crabtree has been to a series final. He's been playing for his country. Maybe Daryl's starting to think, do you know what? I'm sick of you guys getting all the fun.
58.
Maybe it's my turn.
And not just that, you've got to look at some of the people he's in the management stable with. Martin Lukeman made the Grand Slam final. Richie Edhouse won the European
140.
Championships. And let's be honest, even though that you're mates with people you're in a stable with, you want to be the best within that management stable. You want to be the best in amongst that group of players that you're pitted with.
Yeah, there's such a thing as
125.
stable rivalry.
Adam, you require 121.
Needs it. Doesn't get it.
96.
And you
That
fear the
only
worst
requires
for Lipscombe now.
66.
This could be easily the best performance of the week.
An average of 106.5, and it feels like an average of 106.5 with ease. But the match starts come and gone, and Lipcombe gets an opportunity to save the game.
Big dart from a big lad.
Darryl, you require 34.
But the big moment produces another chance for Pilgrim, who is on double 17. Well, you left it. He takes it.
And the match.
And he wins by 4 legs to 1. And that is 7 heaven for Darryl Pilgrim. And that is his best performance yet. An average of just under 103. 4 from 5 on his doubles. Adam Lipcombe averaged in excess of a ton. That was good enough for just 1 leg in that match. That's the tail of the tape. That's some game. That's some performance. And he is some player, isn't he, Darryl Pilgrim? 7 wins from 7, and all sorts of records are being looked at. Coming up after the break, Steve Reynolds takes on Hilton Klein. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darryl Pilgrim put in the performance of the week, an average just under 103 to dispatch of Adam Lipcombe by 4 legs to 1. He's dropped just 1 leg so far today. He's already picked up 2 wins, and he is 7 from 7 as far as the table is concerned. Jimmy Van Schie is his closest rival. His 1 game dropped was against Darryl yesterday. Steve Reynolds lost his first 2, but has won each of his last 5. And he has a 6-point gap from Conan Whitehead in 4th place respectively. It feels now a little bit like a table of 2 halves. The top 3 running away a bit. The bottom 3 just look like, even at this stage, they may well be playing off full positions ahead of Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. Our middle match of the session sees an ADC and an ADG qualifier go toe-to-toe as Steve Reynolds takes on Hilton Klein. In this meeting yesterday, this was where Steve picked up his first win of the session, winning by 4 legs to 1. He was really good on the doubles, 4 out of 6 on the outer ring, including a 96 checkout. Hilton took out a 107, but missed 7 other doubles across the rest of the contest. This, the beginning of our middle cycle of matches, and the beginning of a round of fixtures where we really will know where the land lies in the table. And I don't want to be a pessimist, Paul Nicholson, but if a couple of results go in a couple of ways, we may well know the destiny of this group halfway through it.
You and I were talking off the air about the next game.
100.
If Pilgrim beats Van Schie again, there's an enormous opportunity ahead of Darrell. Not just winning this group, but maybe becoming the first person to go clear
45.
over the 3 days to get the magical 30 points. It's never been done, but it would be very fitting if it was Darrell who did it, because he's the one who keeps setting records.
Darrell Pilgrim, trendsetter at the Super Series. For Hilton, he's setting the trend for darts in his homeland of Botswana. First ever player from that country to play at the Super Series.
58.
Have they only ever had one African country play at the PDC World Cup? In South Africa?
Guyana played, didn't they? Not Guyana.
That's clicking in here. He's thinking.
I'm 100% sure. Why does my brain think? You could be completely
84.
correct.
Why does your brain think?
114.
Your brain thinks because that's what it's supposed to do.
$57.
Meanwhile, while Henry Deacon is churning,
92. Steve, you require.
Botswana has left himself on a finish, but Reynolds has been mustered on the outer ring. And is again.
The first leg, Steve Reynolds.
This guy is a serious finisher. Well, Botswana have definitely never played at the PDC World Cup. But maybe if he's to have a big week this week, he can maybe plead a case for that. We've heard rumours over the last couple of weeks about an extended PDC World Championship. It's probably going to be 128 players in some coming years.
81.
What's to say the PDC World Cup might not expand as well?
No, you are correct. I think you are correct. Only one African nation's ever played at the World
25.
Cup.
Yeah, Guyana's in South America.
Yeah, my geography laxed for a second there.
Your geography's not that bad. I've met people from
60.
the south of England who don't even think that Manchester is in the north.
I'll tell you what happened there. I got Guyana and Ghana confused.
100.
Easy mistake to make.
Yeah, Guyana's got Sudesh Fitzgerald and Norman Madu.
No one qualified for the World Championship not too long ago, didn't he?
Indeed. Sudesh has been going there for quite a few years. Ghana has a football team that hasn't actually qualified for AFCON next year.
Yeah, there's big ripples politically about that. They were a penalty kick away from the World Cup semi-finals back in 2010. Asamoah Gyan missing that penalty after the Luis Suarez handball on the line.
Don't get me started on Suarez.
78.
I think he would have bitten off more than you can chew if you start discussing him. That was the infamous goal for South Africa, goal for all Africa World Cup.
Ah, the old vuvuzelas. Who loved those? Not your neighbours.
Well, we heard some of them at the African qualifier in Kenya. Not too long ago.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, when Mr.
58.
Whitehead was a
Hilton
dart away
requires
from qualifying
76.
for the Palace. Klein has got 76. To get back into this game, you've got to hit your singles.
44. Steve, you require 164.
Well, this hasn't been vintage so far for Steve Reynolds, but he could salvage a leg here and really salvage what could be a tricky situation. Could have fired the triple 18, and so Hilton's going to come back for 32 to level this game up at one apiece.
80. Hilton, you
And you have
require
to say,
32.
he's probably good value for it.
Might have to hit this.
24.
And because he doesn't,
Steve,
he now
you
runs the risk of
require
being broken.
84.
Here we go. Because he just doesn't miss
Shot on the
doubles.
second leg, Steve Reynolds.
When he gets a chance, he takes. In his
Third leg,
previous
it's
game
Steve to throw
against
first.
Conan Whitehead, he was
Game
3
on.
from 3. The only darts he missed at a double were for the match. And in this contest, he's 2 from 2. Hilton's had 3 opportunities to win legs in this match, unable to take advantage of those. And as a consequence, he's 2-0 down. And Reynolds with the darts
81.
in his hand to open up a 3-leg gap in this contest.
If Reynolds does go on to win this game, he will
36.
have a very good record. In fact, an impeccable record against 3 players here this week. He'll have done the double over Lipcombe, Whitehead,
46.
and Klein. And the only 2 players he has not beaten would be the top 2.
And if he wins this game, he's guaranteed to be in the top 3 going into tomorrow's action. Because even if he
43.
loses to Daryl and Jimmy, the maximum that Conan can get to from this point onwards is 10.
Yeah, I can definitely see him making the top 3 from this position. I think we've got enough evidence for that.
60.
But do you want to play a bit of a game with our viewers?
You know I'm always up for a game, Nico.
It's somebody's birthday today, but who is it?
100.
He was the winner of the 2023 Hedgehog Hellraiser. He was the winner of the Music City Classic in 2013 and 2024. He won the Groundhog Open in 2023 and 2024. He won the Choo Choo Classic
60.
in 2014 and 2018. And he won the Shoot for the Moon in 2022 and 2024. But who is it? Who is celebrating their 54th
140.
birthday today?
$60. Steve, you require 114.
Look at the disappointment on the face of Steve Reynolds right there. It's almost as if he really craved another ton plus finish. He is left scratching his head. That'll be 106.
13.
That's a bad visit. But if you're going to have one like that, do it when your opponent is not on a finish themselves.
It's not been Steve Reynolds'
41.
best performance, but he's
Steve,
not
you require
had to
101.
play at his best to get anything out of this game. And Hilton, cutting a frustrated figure, he knows this has probably been his worst performance so far this week, and probably a game he would have viewed as one maybe he could get a little bit of joy in.
Starting to think that maybe
Hilton,
Reynolds
you
is
require
better
161.
at finishing legs off when the pressure is on. So Hilton, put him under pressure. The pressure will be on.
93.
And now we find out if Reynolds
requires 6.
can finish under pressure again.
Now that first start, it's like, oh, he's not even found the single. It's tops for 3-0.
40.
Now, if that was where the first
Hilton
start laid, you'd
requires
expect it to hit the
68.
tops there. But he's giving Hilton an opportunity.
He's already missed a chance in this match.
52.
Unfortunately, he might not get another
20.
poke here in leg 3.
2 10s, and you don't expect to miss with 3 in hand. Can he clip it across? Yes, he can. He
It's
uses
on
the
the
barrel
third
as
leg.
the
Steve
perfect
Brown.
lie. Sneaks into the bottom corner, but there's no sneaking into a 3-0 lead for
Fourth
Steve
flag,
Reynolds.
it's Hilton
He's
to
not
the
been at his
first.
best, but he's dominated
Game on.
this match.
So any clue who is celebrating the birthday today? The last clue, of course, for everybody tuning into this one, is that he has
100.
not won a weekly title here, but has hit a 9 darter. And it was a year ago and 1 day. It is, of course,
Leonard Gates, a soldier.
60.
The only player who I've ever danced with on the balcony in an interview.
and that will always be the case because it will never happen again.
I'm not sure the producers would let me do it again.
We've just had that confirmed.
43.
Other birthdays, Keenan Thomas, son of Martin Thomas, who is a very good friend of ours here at the Super Series, turns 22. Johnny Stewart, who we saw here early on this year, turns 19. Real good female player from back in the day, Linda Batten, turns 70.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Leonard hit his 9 darter against Martin Thomas?
Yes.
81.
Dan McCarthy and Corinne Hammond were on commentary for that one.
$57.
I'm sure Reynolds was thinking, I want to get rid of this match in 4 legs.
100.
He might still do so,
Hilton, you require 100.
but mistakes will be needed from Klein if he wants to get an opportunity. He's still trying to keep pace with the top 2, Reynolds,
60.
but he is vastly behind in leg difference. And that's got nothing to do with how good he's been. It's got everything to do with how
100.
unbelievable
Hilton, you
Pilgrim has been,
require 86.
and Van Schie.
Well, let's get a leg on the board. But he's not going to get an opportunity at the bullseye. He chased the treble, paid the price, and so Reynolds back for a 4-0 win.
3 times Hilton has missed a single
38.
today, and
Stevie
every single
requires
time he's done it,
67.
he has been punished.
For the match. And to
Big shot,
continue
and the
this
match,
incredible
Steve
winning
Reynolds.
streak. He's not overly pleased with the performance, but he'll be happy with the fact that he has sealed a 6th win from 6. And Steve Reynolds moves on to 12 points. And no matter what happens at the end of today, he is going to be in a Group B position at the beginning of Wednesday's action. Not his best in terms of scoring, but the finishing never wavered. 4 from 6 on the outer ring. Well, our best game of the day may well come after the break. The top 2 going toe-to-toe. Daryl Pilgrim preserving a perfect record up against Jimmy Van Schie, who is looking to join him on 14 points. This could well be Battle Royale. Tuck yourselves in and get ready for the battle that's coming next.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. And 26 180s total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this.
128. Richie
didn't get dart 8.
41.
He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCall,
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Showing the match. Danny
It's
Ramsay.
incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan defeating Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This would be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Only require 141. Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenahan.
Conor Heenahan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
This could well be game of the day here at the Modus Super Series as the top two in the league table go toe-to-toe. Darryl Pilgrim up against Jimmy Van Schie. For Mr. P, well, he's been Mr. Perfect so far. 7 wins out of 7. Victory here will see him on to 16, and we'll see him halfway towards a perfect 30. But Jimmy Van Schie is the player keeping closest tabs to him. The only game that he's dropped so far was in his meeting against Darryl yesterday, in which Pilgrim raced into a 4-0 win, averaging 92.5, was 4 out of 6 on his doubles in that particular contest. He ran red hot against Jimmy Van Schie, who missed 5 opportunities at a double and wasn't quite at his full flowing best. He got off to a slow start and he was severely punished for it. But it's Van Schie who has the darts here, and if he wins this match, then each of the top 2 will be level on points at the halfway stage of the group.
I suppose we shouldn't be surprised that these two are duking it out at the top of the table. They could barely be separated in the Challenge Tour order of merit from this year. Pilgrim ended up in 9th. Jimmy Van Schie ended up in 10th. Top 10 is a very solid effort, and Jimmy's best effort so far in a Challenge Tour season.
80.
Let's say that he does not get through Q School and doesn't go to the Pro Tour in 2025.
130.
Do you see Jimmy improving on that Challenge Tour ranking in 2025 then?
When you look at the progress he's making, it's attainable. Sometimes we see players like Jimmy that have this excellent year and then unable to back it up. But that's usually because there's this real purple patch which then cannot be followed up. But I think with Jimmy, the improvements that he's making is at a real attainable rate. He's come on leaps and bounds from January, but maybe because we've seen him in front of the naked eye, we've been able to see it a bit better than others, but we've been able to see those incremental improvements in his game every single time he's here.
91.
And if he carries on at that rate, if he doesn't get his card, could well be one of the players to watch off the tour in 2025.
I'll be quite surprised if he doesn't get his card.
60. Jimmy, you require 170.
And Jimmy did lose to Darryl yesterday by 4-0. That seems a bit unusual. Now that you think about it, it's the only
99.
game that Jimmy's really struggled in. One thing's for sure, though.
134.
Pilgrim
Jimmy
will not want to
requires
make it easy
71.
for Jimmy. However, double 16 gives Jimmy the lead.
First leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
1-0 to the towering Dutchman.
Second leg,
Daryl
it's
Pilgrim
Darryl
now
Silver
has
first.
lost as many legs
Game
today as he did yesterday.
You know Jimmy pretty well. What does he walk out to?
74.
What's his walk-on song?
Ah. Jimmy told me and showed me his walk-on track yesterday for Lakeside, but I cannot remember the name of it. But I can give you a
59.
rough idea of how it goes.
I'm really glad I asked now.
It's a little bit Dirk van Dijven Bodery.
Oh, great. Somebody tell John McDonald.
97.
I have an idea. Do you remember when you were a nipper?
135.
There used to be a show on the BBC called Ski Sunday.
Still
And
on there now.
It has its own theme music. So why not Jimmy Van Ski
59.
Sunday music? It would be brilliant.
That was the programme that made Hazel Irvine, wasn't it?
Well, she is very good.
100.
She's actually one of the best sports presenters in the world.
Oh. The Olympic Games isn't the Olympic Games without Hazel Irvine. And excellent on the snooker.
101.
Yeah, she's not bad at golf too. Saw her at an airport once after the Scottish Open in 2009.
131.
Well,
Now we
Daryl,
require 170.
you've done this before on this stage. How about another?
135.
Not quite, and he might be 2-0 down
Jimmy requires 76.
for the first time this week.
Pilgrim's in peril. However, that is a slip with dart 1, which means that Jimmy Van Schie is only going to get 1 dart of the bull. Doesn't get it.
29.
The line okay,
Now
the
we
length a bit
require
low.
35.
Pilgrim for a level match. And he'll feel like he's used his get out of jail free cards here.
Game starting
And
the
he has
second
punished
leg,
Van
Daryl
Schie,
Pilgrim.
who was unable to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-leg buffer.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on. $85.
This game has got a really big game feel about it. Have you ever heard of the big game that they have at the Bellagio?
35.
They have a specific room for it. It's called the Doyle Brunson Room, named after the now late, great poker player from Texas. If you want to sit down in that game, you need $1 million. The blinds are massive. But they call that game of cards the big game.
135.
And in the context of the Modus Super Series, this is a big game. Think about West versus Duff, Pilgrim versus Van Schie, Harrison versus Van Velsen, something like that.
43.
They're big games. And you're guaranteed to get at least one more of this big game tomorrow.
85.
But if Daryl wins again, I said to you off camera, Henry, that I think Pilgrim could do the 15 out of 15. His biggest test in this group is
140.
definitely Jimmy Van Schie.
Well, that's become more apparent, and it does look like it's going to be a 2-horse race between these two to see who's going to qualify through. And if Daryl
Six.
Pilgrim wins this game, he opens up a 4-point gap in his Dutch opponent, and suddenly it looks like the 2-horse race could actually just be a one-man possession.
100.
And that maximum there is getting some life in this leg.
Jimmy require 136.
I just wonder if Daryl's going to need a ton plus checkout to break Jimmy.
96. Darryl, you require 103.
By the looks of it, the answer is yes.
He was in this exact position in his previous game against Conan Whitehead. He found the 110, but unlike that game against the
95.
Barbarian, is unable to get
Jimmy
a game-changing
40.
ton plus checkout. And so Van Schie, free at tops to move 2-1 in front. One left, and Pilgrim is poised for the break. And Pilgrim's going to get a chance for the break. And this could be the moment the game swings on a pinhead.
This is difficult.
4.
And he can't take full advantage
Jimmy,
of the present he was given.
20.
A reprieve, which can be taken on double 5.
Game shot on the third leg.
That may
Jimmy
well
Van
be the
Schie.
first time this week Darryl Pilgrim has made a mistake. Or at least made a mistake and been punished for it.
Fourth leg. It's
Van
Darryl
Schie
to throw
2-1 up.
first. Game on.
Let's face it, considering Pilgrim's leg difference, if he was to be undefeated again today
59.
and have the same day as yesterday, he would have equalised the leg difference record for Group A after 2 days.
58.
I don't like using this word for obvious reasons, but I'm going to use it right now. If he'd have done that, that's
96.
insane. That record is very impressive.
108.
But he might be staring down the barrel of a first defeat.
He's got a 6'9" issue right now.
99.
Yeah, Jimmy's confidence right now is growing at the rate of sugarcane.
57.
Very quickly. He believes he's in the box seat to win this one.
$140.
I think you can categorise the pressure of this match by the averages we're seeing. They're mid to high 80s. And they've been playing much better than that today. But against each other, they are feeling the pinch a little bit.
Cagey. And maybe it just needs a moment just to relinquish the pressure cooker. Pilgrim unable to take out the 107.
19.
Van Schie looking at the
Jimmy require
148
148.
for 3-1 lead. And we know from his exploits in checkout at the weekend that he has a big checkout in the locker when it matters most. He had 150 to beat Harrison to win that title. But he's not going to find a 148 to move 3-1 up here. And so Pilgrim returns for a level game.
100.
And in fact, nobody this
Darryl
week has been on the hill
88.
against Pilgrim so far, let alone get close to winning against Mr. P.
$48.
You can't find the bull.
Jimmy, you require 48.
And in order to get an 8th consecutive victory in this group, he might need to win the last 3 legs.
32.
But then again,
Darryl, you require 40.
there are frailties in this fixture that we have not seen from either player.
This is nervy. This is twitchy. This is cagey.
20.
And these are opportunities
Jimmy
that neither
requires
player was
16.
passing by earlier on today. Jimmy Van Schie must not have thought that he'd be coming back to the board for his 7th visit in a leg against Darryl Pilgrim today. But he's
Gets on
found
the
double
fourth
8.
leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
And Jimmy's on the hill in the match of the day.
5th leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
What do you think Jimmy has for breakfast before he plays
97.
5 games of darts from 9:30 a.m.? Bit of fruit with some Jimmy Van Schie.
Oh, no.
60.
It's an important thing to do, isn't it? Because you get into the building just before 8 a.m. Some of the guys get here a tiny bit earlier than that.
140.
But fueling yourself really early is critical. You see some sports stars fueling up
95.
mid-discipline. You see golfers eating sandwiches on the course, protein bars, that kind of thing. But these guys, they tend to fuel up really early.
94.
And then, when it comes to the end of the session, they'll have something else after that. But in the middle, absolutely not.
100.
Eating something
Jimmy, you
can
require
slow you down.
170.
The only thing that's going to slow Jimmy Van Schie down is maybe himself. Because so far,
105.
so very good. He looks like he's going to be the first person to stop Darrell. And that's crucial for his chances and Reynolds' chances of winning this group.
77.
Looks
Jimmy,
like he's dragged himself out of it. And
65.
because of that bounce out with the last start there, Pilgrim has left himself on a bogey number. And so Van Schie here, 6 on 65 to cross the finishing line. Look at 18, double 18 here. Double 18 for the match. And that's the
47.
first match start that Darrell Pilgrim has had against him all week long.
And all the while, that was missed when he was on a bogey number.
95. Jimmy, you require 18.
Has had a tendency to split this, but he's going straight for it this time. One left. And
Gets
finally,
shot.
Darrell
And
is
Jimmy Van
defeated.
Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie wasn't at his best, but it was good enough to get the better of Mr. P by 4 legs to 1. That final double coming off a deflection, and there could be a follow-on effect for that win for Jimmy, because it means that both of the top two are now locked on 14 points. Van Schie winning 4-1, a point between them in the averages, and a game that was blighted by missed doubles. There was a promise this could have been game of the day, but the truth be told, some cagey nerves crept into that contest, but it's a contest that Van Schie has won by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break is Adam Lipcombe in action up against the former champion, the Barbarian, Conan Whitehead. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Daryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 1, averaging just under 83 in that contest, despite missing 10 darts at a double. Our 9th game is the final match on the 3rd round of fixtures, and it sees Adam Lipcombe take on Conan Whitehead. So then, it's the final game of the 3rd round of fixtures. Paul Nicholson is alongside me in the commentary box for what should be a contest between two players that really need to get going and need to get going now.
A little bit earlier on today, we categorised the bottom 3
100
as having 3 wins between all of them after 6 rounds of play.
92.
This is the end of round number 8, and there's going to be 4 wins for everybody in the bottom half.
39.
At this early stage, you've got to say that these two are going to be in Group C, alongside Hilton Klein. But with that said,
76.
they've got to find something that is going to work for the next few days. A lot of the time that Adam's played here, he's played Group B. And he's played very well in making Saturdays from that 5-person group. It's just a bit harder in Group C, isn't it?
140.
Especially this week, when you've got Richie Howson and Jared Cole in there. We don't know a great deal about John McCarthy. I can't imagine that's going to be an easy group.
97. $27. 105.
It's a fairly swift game, isn't it? They're not messing around. But Whitehead finds himself on a bogey number once again.
37.
I make that the 4th time today that someone has been left on a bogey number of more than 160.
20. Conan, you require.
It's the 2nd time that Whitehead has left this number today.
Is he able to get it this time? Just like his previous attempt, not even going to get a poke at the ball.
50.
And so Lipcombe back for tops
40.
to open up a 1-0 lead. And this time he makes no mistake whatsoever. For Adam, still just 1 win to his name.
Second
so far
leg,
in this group, it's been a underachievement so far, if the truth be told, for a man that at the beginning of the week we were looking at and thinking maybe he's knocking on the door of a weekly triumph. He's not going to panic, that's for sure, but is it fair to say maybe we expected a little bit more from him so far?
140.
I think that's very fair to say. But you don't judge someone from the first couple of days. You judge them by where they're sitting come Saturday morning and what they do on Saturday night. One of the benefits of Group A is that you do get 2 chances.
55.
What is your opinion about what happens next for
92.
3 decorated players who are about to lose their tour privileges? King, Whitlock, and Beaton. But we almost know what Steve's going to do.
43.
Opportunity. I think the word is opportunity, because for those 3 players, you think about the career they had, the age they're at as well.
6.
There's going to be opportunities that open up. You're going to assume they don't get their card. They're going to get an invite here. You probably assume that they'd all get an invite to the World Seniors Championship.
Conan, you require
There's plenty on offer for them, even though they're no longer on tour. And Adam Lipcombe again is found guilty of leaving 168.
Yep, not even up for debate. Don't need a jury, just guilty.
I'm going to go and buy gavel
45.
overnight. And every single time he does it tomorrow, I'm going to put it on the table.
Double 16 for Conan.
Gabe Shaughner's second leg.
That's more
Conan
like it.
Whitehead.
It's only an 18-dart leg, but it's a clean one. First dart at a double, take and move on.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. 140.
This is something you should be able to take out of your game almost completely, leaving bogey numbers. You've got to have the right routes for every number that you leave.
94.
Every now and again, you're going to get a deflection, and that will leave you on something like 168 or 166.
60.
But when they're constantly being left, that's because you're making mistakes.
58.
If you don't know how to get from 271 to 170 with one treble, learn how to do it.
99.
That's where the counting levels are now. It's as simple as that.
Well, if you head over to the Modus Super Series TikTok channel, you can learn how to improve your maths with Owen
140.
Binks. It's like the Duolingo of darts.
58. 60. Adam, you require
Lipcombe 144. This time he's left himself on a finish. And he could take out the finish. But he's unable to find the second treble, so Whitehead back for 149.
He gave the side eye to the scoreboard there. And he does it again. Olympic side eye from baby boy.
41. Adam, you require 16.
This would be a nice response. After losing leg 2, he takes leg 3.
Adam Lipcombe.
In 18 darts also, but this time he needed multiple darts to get rid of it.
4 flag. It's Conan to throw first.
And you get the sense that Adam won't mind how, as long as he just gets of it. He just needs that little bit of a confidence boost. And you saw the funny side of Conan dropping his dart there.
125.
Conan wouldn't have seen the funny side of that with deflection.
$140.
Adam's starting to put something together here. Conan's got to be wary. And the last thing he needs is somebody equalising his
94.
4 points total. Yesterday when they met, Conan put in his best performance of the day.
135.
Winning by 4 legs to 1. Averaging over 92. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. It was all very
92.
typical.
$140.
Well, Lipscomb's left himself on 86 after 9. He's severely threatening the break of the Barbarian throw, but credit to Conan, he's left himself on a single to double combo if this does not go. One dart of the ball
61.
isn't found, and so
Only
Whitehead
require
to
50.
equalise this game. Goes straight for the ball
Game
and
shot
gets
on
the
four
ball.
flag. Conan Whitehead.
Wallop. Just like that. I don't even think Adam saw that.
5th flag. It's
He's
Adam
thinking,
to throw
hang on a
first.
minute, I only heard one
Game on.
dart.
And in the background really was firing himself
81.
up. There's Whitehead.
I think they're both being tested right now, and I'm about to test you, Henry, and everybody else watching.
100.
In Merthyr Tydfil, in April of 2018, Conan Whitehead represented his country
95.
in the home internationals. There were 12 players
100.
in that team. Can you name 3 of them, as well as Conan?
Glenn Durrant.
81.
Negative.
Scott Mitchell.
Yes.
57.
Martin Adams.
Yes.
Mark McGeaney.
Good shout. Well done.
140.
Some of the other names you could have come up with: Nigel Hayden, The Undertaker, Paul Hogan, who's in Champions Week next week, Dennis Harbour,
140.
The
Adam, you
Dark
require
Knight, David
104.
Copley, Dan Day, Kevin Dowling, Scott Baker, who was in this series. And
80.
I don't think many would
Conan,
have
you
got
require
Michael
104.
Haynes.
Conan went straight for the ball after hitting treble 18.
90. Adam, you
Really is in one of them
24.
moods, isn't he?
Game shot
He's
of
paid the
fifth
price
leg,
for it.
Adam Lipscombe.
3-2 Lipscombe. It might be time for him to get his second win of the campaign.
Sixth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
It's proving to be very hard work for these bottom three just to get points.
140.
And you feel like the battle now is to draw out as much confidence as possible going into that assault of Group C. But it's not going to be easy with
100.
Richie Housen in there, champion in the seniors, and Jared Cole, who's just beginning to show signs of improvement
100.
after a difficult 12 months.
Housen's been playing some senior snooker over the last few days, I hear.
85.
He really is a sickeningly talented individual at lots of things, isn't he? Artwork, fishing, darts, snooker,
91.
ponytails. He can do anything.
100. Conan, you require.
Oh, this one ends on the ball.
170.
Doesn't it? Oh. Disappointed.
92.
With that look in his eye, I really thought he was going to hit that.
I guarantee he's not going to go double
Conan,
14
you
ball for
require
this.
78.
You're right. He's not. Oh, look at what
72.
Adam's done again.
Guilty, guilty, guilty. Admittedly, this time he did leave
100.
it by
Conan, you
a deflection
require
and a
6.
ricochet on the other side.
Game shot
Yeah,
of
well hit
sixth
that one.
leg, Conan Whitehead.
That was a pressure double. Lipscombe was ready to pounce if he did not find the trapdoor.
Seventh and final leg. It's Adam to throw first.
Someone's going to
Game
slip
on.
through the trapdoor in a minute. Either Whitehead goes to 6 points or Lipscombe equalises Whitehead on 4.
100.
Neither player has won a game today.
83.
That will change in a couple of minutes. It's pretty even in the scoring stakes.
115.
What we illustrate for you here at the Modus Super Series is the 130 plus score,
60.
because that encompasses 140s and the 2 treble visits elsewhere. Scores like 131, 134, 137,
44.
because they are just as good.
Well, effectively, it's 1 treble, 2 treble, 3 treble visits to give you a better guide as to how a player is scoring.
78.
What you just said, it sounds like one of those schoolyard manoeuvres that little girls do. 1 treble, 2 treble, 3 treble. And they're clapping their hands and doing things like that. I don't think Conan's going to be clapping his hands in a minute.
55. Adam, you require 142.
You can look at the 25 now, or maybe the treble 11. Depends on what he wants to leave. Might even look at 15s.
102.
That's worked out really well.
Even himself tops to win the match. And to join Whitehead on 4 points. But perhaps typical that Conan has saved his best scoring visit for last, because Lipscombe finds the tops, first time of asking, and he picks up just his second win of the group. It means that both of this pair are on 4 points. It's all laugh and smiles in the end, but these two will be bitterly disappointed with how this week's gone so far. Coming up after the break, Jimmy Van Schie against Steve Reynolds. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 3 rounds worth of matches on this Tuesday morning. This is what we'd seen before the break. Adam Lipcombe got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3. Daryl Pilgrim was defeated for the first time in this group A 4-1 by Jimmy Van Schie, and Steve Reynolds provided a 4-0 win over Hilton Klein. This is how the table looks. Daryl Pilgrim and Jimmy Van Schie now level on points, both with 14 apiece. Steve Reynolds on 12. There's a huge gap between 3rd and 4th. It almost feels like Steve Reynolds is doing the job in terms of securing Group B as it is, and he's only now a couple of points off a qualification spot in Group A. It's a table of 2 halves, that's for sure. And for Steve, if he wins this game, there'll be a 3-way tie at the top of the table, and it would severely derail all the progress that Jimmy Van Schie has made today. Because that win against Daryl means we have co-leads at the top of the table, and if he wins this match, for the first time in this Group A, he will go top of the table. Other than when Conan Whitehead beat Hilton Klein by 4 legs to 1 in the opening game of the session, nobody else has been top of the table other than Daryl Pilgrim. That could change here.
One thing we saw a couple of weeks ago was
First leg.
our good friend Tommy Morris doing a wire-to-wire in Group A. And then come Saturday night, it didn't go to plan. Getting to Saturday is job one. Winning on Saturday is another thing. And nobody embodies that more than Jimmy Van Schie. Because when he won his first weekly title, it's like he went through an assault course to get it. 2 groups, a 9-dart shootout after the groups on Saturday, and then he had to play sensationally well just to win on that Saturday night. And it can't be ignored that he has been a much better player since then.
42.
Looks like these guys are wearing the same strip.
Looks like they're playing Modus in the morning and then they're going out for a pairs match in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's not far off. Having said that, I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy finds another tournament by the end of the day.
You know what he's like? He absolutely loves this game. Not to sound too Patrice Evra here. But the way
85.
I suppose the reason why Jimmy's is embraced as much as he is because of the way that he's embraced the game and embraced the crowd, the people around the game. He's a very popular character. And he just brings, as you mentioned earlier, a life, a soul, a energy about whatever room he's in. $100.
Must be something about being at altitude, because that's how high he is. This is brilliant. Well, it was.
21.
A single 19 would have left a 2-darter there. He might be lumbered on 112. Whoa, horsey. Back to 7'9½" and double 6. Very well done.
On the first leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
1-0 to JVS.
Second leg, it's
Back when Steve started playing, they probably take the games on VHS.
I do believe
100.
that Chris Mason has a very, at least I think he used to have a very good collection of VHS recordings of old lakesides and
59.
old tournaments. See, that's the kind of thing that I would advocate someone to take into their possession and then have it digitized and have it put onto
100.
another modern form of way of playing it, because people would like to see stuff like that. There are lots of things throughout the course of darts history that have been lost, but people out there do have VHS copies somewhere of certain things. In particular, this is the one thing that I just cannot believe we don't have a record of.
42.
And it's not even that long ago. The 2009 European Championship. If only people could see how well Phil Taylor played in that tournament, you would understand.
128.
Anybody who talks about it, it was unbelievable.
Was that
and there's nothing anywhere of it.
Was that the one on Bravo?
That was the next year. That was in Dinslaken in Germany.
83.
But the one in the Netherlands the year before, nobody has got anything. It is completely lost.
Well, Schie has left himself on his favourite double 18 after a dozen darts, threatening the breaker throw of Reynolds here, looking to open up a 2-0 lead, and having got the job done against Daryl Pilgrim last time out, he's looking to really rally in here. And because of the margin of win against Daryl, he also whittled away a fairly significant chunk of his lead in terms of legs difference as well. It was down to just 5 legs. If he wins this 4-0, not just would he be top of the table, but there'd be just a leg between him on the legs difference as well. Suddenly, a group which looked like Daryl could dominate is a 2-horse race that now looks very, very competitive.
$108.
Reynolds is not going to go quietly, that's for sure. He's made a very tough stuff, and he has not lost today, just like Jimmy.
125.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. The best points total for someone who's been second in a Group A.
140.
I'm pretty sure that Białowski's had 24 and not won the group.
I'm sure he's had a 24 and not won a group. And I've got a feeling that Barry Van Peer had a 24 the Jacob Taylor week. Let me just have a scroll through my notes.
We'll give Henry a little bit of research time as he squirrels through his notes then.
26.
And that will be very good news for Jimmy. He's thinking, well, if you don't want to get down to the lower hundreds or indeed onto a 2-darter, I'll get there before you. But he's not going to.
94.
But he does get into the same vicinity.
155.
Yeah, you are correct with Sebastian Białowski. He's got Taylor also. Has got to 24 and not made it out of a Group A.
That'll have been during the Champions Week in Series 6. When Tom Sykes. That was an unbelievable Group A.
They renew rivalries next week. Van Schie looking for the 152. He's not going to go.
100.
I wonder what Tom's going to say in response to Tommy Lishman from 2 weeks ago when he said that Sykes was the second best ginger in Yorkshire. Oh, now Van Schie gets his wish.
82.
Can he punish that split double 15 from Reynolds? Oh, I do believe that was for treble 16, was it? It doesn't matter what it was for anymore. It's 3-0 to Jimmy.
3-0 Van Schie. And he is closing in on Daryl Pilgrim. He's closing in on top spot.
Game on.
Pilgrim does still have to play in this round. He plays Conan Whitehead right at the end of it. And then the end of the day sees Daryl take on Steve Reynolds. And
26.
Jimmy Van Schie's last match is in game 13 when he takes on Adam Lipcombe. And he is against the darts in that particular match.
100.
These games being broadcast live on the Super Series YouTube channel, which on top of that, there's plenty of other content,
95.
including the draw for the latest Influencers event, which takes place on Sunday afternoon. It's a 3 o'clock start. You can tune into all of the live action
134.
on the Super Series YouTube channel. It's bound to be another bumper day of Tungsten action.
Yeah, it should be good fun, actually, because you've got people
49.
back in the building who have succeeded before. what do we say about people when they're making a return? They will feel more comfortable the second time round.
60.
So, Angry Ginge with Jaden Walker has got my attention. That's going to be fun for young Jaden.
Jimmy Van Schie here, 207 points away from the summit. He hasn't touched it, he hasn't tasted it yet. But he's very close to it now.
39.
Steve Reynolds has just had a bit of a drop-off in level. He got away with it against Hilton Klein, but against this clientele of opposition, you're not going to get away with this.
There's a pattern emerging in this group as well. Reynolds,
68.
he can beat the people below him, but I don't think he can beat the people above him.
Game shot.
Because Jimmy Van Schie rallies off a 4-0 win and heads to the top of the table for the first time in this Group A. Darrell Pilgrim has been dislodged from the summit, and it's that man there, Jimmy Van Schie, who takes the leader's chair. An average of 95.43, 4'5" for the doubles. Real good performance that for the Dutchman. He runs off a 4-0 win to go top of the group. Coming up after the break is Hilton Klein up against Adam Lipcombe.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipcombe.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the stage which is front and centre now for Adam Lipcombe and Hilton Klein. It's our 11th match of the morning session. Before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better Steve Reynolds by 4-0, averaging 95.5, 4 for 5 on his doubles. And that puts the Dutchman to the top of the league, into the summit for the first time in this Group A. For Lipcombe and Klein, these are the bottom two players going toe-to-toe. And in the case of the man from Botswana, he is looking for his first win of this Group A campaign.
First leg,
It
it's
is
Hilton to
Hilton
throw
who
first.
has the darts in this
Game
particular contest. And you get the sense that maybe he's just hit a little bit of a wall. Here's Hilton.
45.
I'm really glad to see that he's changed his flights, because the last set, which were translucent, they were getting a bit weathered.
95.
And you know what I'm like, Henry? I don't like weathered flights. So a nice fresh set. And for him, maybe a fresh mindset.
140.
Well, sometimes just seeing something a bit different can make you feel a little bit different. To the point where maybe just a different colour and the flights can just bring a different mood and a different tempo. But he wouldn't have liked the sound of that, would Hilton Klein?
He liked the sound of getting back-to-back maximums himself
100.
yesterday.
He said he watched that 9-darter attempt back a fair few times.
174.
Ooh, oh, this is a really good first leg, isn't it, from Adam? Those red flights might be like a red rag to a bull.
Adam, you require.
Could be the 4th 11 darter of the day. Tops. Double 10. In it goes. 12 darter for Lipcombe. The breaker further 1-0 lead. And maybe Hilton Klein's equipment change a little bit like a Billy Ocean song. And maybe the red flight spelled danger.
$140.
Well, that wins Tumbleweed of the Day. Please tell me that's not what you're going to be singing at the Christmas party.
It's probably the only thing I won't be singing at the Christmas
party. Oh,
100.
great.
Still assuming I'm going to be there yet.
140.
Just tell me if you are, because I'll bring my noise-cancelling headphones.
Back-to-back 140 to Lipcombe, looking for a 2-0 lead.
75.
Now that dart collided with the previous flight. It didn't have enough momentum to stick in the size.
95.
And Lipcombe is on it right here. After beating Cohen and Whitehead by 4 legs to 3, that win has obviously given him some impetus.
121.
It was a 12 darter in leg 1. Doesn't have to go out in 12 in leg 2.
101.
But he tried to, but wasn't able to oblige on the ball.
I get the feeling that Hilton is starting to speed up as well, trying to find something different. He's not going to find leg 2. This is a stunning start from Adam.
Staggeringly good from Adam Lipcombe. He's 2-0 in front, averaging 150.62, averaging 13 darts a leg.
If I may,
43.
Turn back the clock to earlier in 2024 when Adam was coming here and struggling to make Saturdays. The manifestation of pressure is sometimes seen in how the body reacts. I remember evenings where Adam would be perspiring quite a lot, and he'd need a towel on stage to mop his brow, his head. Look at him now. Not a bead of sweat because he's more comfortable.
96.
That is the physical manifestation of someone who is more ready to play under pressure. And boy, is he playing well.
120.6 is the average.
Well, there you go. That's the hex on that, Adam. So you're probably going to win this game with about a 90 now.
99. Adam, you require
You mentioned the record
96.
earlier. It might be on, though.
78.
Such a
Hilton,
shame.
you require 140.
Well, Hilton's averaging 93 here, and he hasn't even had a look in.
This is starting to look like a previous game that he had.
100. Adam, you require 18. Game shot on the
My
third
word.
leg, Adam Lipcombe.
This is personal best territory by a margin And if you're a fan of Adam
Fourth
Lipcombe,
flag,
which a
it's
lot of
Adam
people
to the
are,
road first.
especially locally,
Game on.
they will want him to beat hhis 105.5 personal best right now. He is
140.
slaughtering it.
117.36 the average right now. The record for the year is 120.24. Got a scut. And remember, Adam Lipcombe lost 4-1 earlier on today with an average of 100.2. So it's a performance that's been brewing, but maybe not brewing to this type of level.
He might level it if he gets a 12.
100.
When you're playing this well, you're just in a zone that you very rarely find.
100.
121 away from possibly the best performance he's ever had.
80.
I mean, he will go
Adam,
for the
you
bullseye
require
on the back of this.
121.
And this is to cap off a special performance from an ever-improving player.
97.
It may not be the record for the year. It's 116.5. But what it could be if he hits it in one is an average of 115.62.
100.
That's exactly what it would
Adam, you
be.
require 24.
Special
and the match.
from Adam Lipcombe, an average of 115.62. He has smashed his personal best performance by the best part of 10 points to pick up his third win of the group and to pick up a victory which he will forever remember. Have a look at this. 115.62, 4 from 8 on the doubles. It's the best performance of Series 9 so far. And because it was only 50% on the doubles, it could have been a damn sight better. But let's not dwell on the negatives and talk about the positives, because that for Adam Lipcombe is as good as he's ever played on this stage, both in a statistical and literal term. Coming up after the break, Darryl Pilgrim up against Conan Whitehead.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back. And if you missed what we saw before the break, then you be damned, because in the space of 6 minutes flat, Adam Lipcombe destroyed Hilton Klein 4-0. 115.62 average. 4 from 8 on the doubles. The man from Portsmouth, well, he is playing up and then some, isn't he? And that was just for his third win of the group. That is how good the standard has been. And possibly the standard could raise a bit more as Daryl Pilgrim and Conan Whitehead go toe-to-toe. Conan has got 115.62 average on the stage. Daryl Pilgrim's got the record average on this stage, 122.69. And it does feel like a group where the big players, when one goes, the others may well follow.
That win for Lipcombe against Whitehead seems to have lit a fire under him. You think about some of the players that have not played to that level 59. On this stage. And even Martin Adams hasn't had an average that big on this stage. Bo Greaves hasn't.
108.
A lot of series champions haven't. That is an elite performance from Adam Lipcombe. I am so pleased for him. But now we turn our attention back to see what this guy can do at the end of round 4. If Whitehead gets his teeth into Pilgrim, Jimmy Van Schie is going to be one happy bunny.
140.
Van Schie has 16 points. Pilgrim is behind at this stage, even though he has a marginally better leg difference.
59. Conan, you require 130.
But Whitehead, being a series champion and someone with so much grit and determination, he could be an absolute monster of a spoiler.
97.
There are some very good names that have averaged that number that Adam has just done at the Super Series. We'll tell you more about them in the next leg.
130.
How many are there?
Conan, you require 40.
Double 10. Right down the line. And in. For a first leg break. And Pilgrim is on the back foot for the first time in this group.
Second leg.
There are 4 of them.
Including Adam, who's just done it there. So Adam's the 4th player to average 115.62 on this stage.
I know 3 of them. Heenahan, Crabtree, Lipcombe.
And the man in your picture there, Conan Whitehead, who averaged 115.62 in a 4-0 win in November 2022. Conor Heenahan averaged 115.62 in a 4-0 win over Johnny Haynes. That was in September 2022. That was the night he hit the 9-darter.
Same session.
He had 107 and 115 in back-to-back games. And the other player, 115.62, Cam Crabtree, in a 4-0 win against Matt Jackson in November 2022. In fact, November 2022 was very good for big averages. Those above it, well, there's not many, just a handful. 117.88, Andreas Harrison against Michael Burgoyne earlier on this year. Luke Littler averaged the same in a final against Andy Barton in July last year. A couple from Dal Pilgrim, the 118.88 against Scott Teddy. He lost that game. The Connor Scott 120.24 and the Pilgrim 122.69 against Denny Elder Coulter. And Pilgrim here is threatening an 11-dart leg.
90.
We've seen
4
of them already today.
We're not going to get another one. But we might get a bullseye. And a 12.
Second leg, Daryl Pilgrim.
What is happening today?
Just look at Daryl right
Third
there.
leg, it's Daryl to go first.
Why are people doing this against me, says Conan. I don't know, Conan.
Well, this is beginning to go down as one of the great Super Series sessions.
Well, I'm not sure why I went all Jane Austen on everybody just now, but
58.
Conan is frustrated because people seem to like hitting things like that against him.
Hang on a second.
Literally a second.
99.
Are we literally having the literally game
Don't.
again?
We're not going there again.
You literally just did.
50.
And breathe. You know how to push my buttons, Deacon.
95.
I know what pushes Pilgrim's buttons. It's losing in 3 Challenge Tour finals this year. That doesn't sit well with him because just like Whitehead, he's only got one Challenge Tour victory in his career, and that is not enough. He knows it isn't. However, he can make up for it if he finds the bull again, if he wanted it.
95.
We spoke about all the superlatives in the world that was attached to Adam Lipscomb's performance. Darryl Pilgrim here averaging 108 so far in this contest.
Is that all?
140.
Poor if you ask me.
32.
This could be for only a 13 darter.
Just try and nick it on the right-hand side to cushion it into the double 16.
No score.
I didn't even know there was a gap there. He'll come back, hopefully to put it right.
121.
And Mr. P will be halfway to Mr. W. If he hits double 9.
14.
But this could go very wrong from this point.
Well, suddenly we go from supersized average to Darryl Pilgrim possibly being in a massive hole because Whitehead could break here and move 2-1 to the good and hold all the aces in this match. Double 12.
60.
Well, Conan's had an opportunity he probably shouldn't have had in this leg, and he has spurned 2 at a double.
Double 4.
14.
Too many misses.
You require 12.
And it's blowing Pilgrim's mind that he has given Conan this chance to break.
On the third leg,
He has handed that leg on a plate to Whitehead.
Well, the reason why Darryl Pilgrim dropped just 2 legs yesterday was because he was 47% on the doubles. In his game against Jimmy Van Schie, he was 1 from 9 on the outer ring. And in this game, he's 1 from 9 on the outer ring.
98.
Do you want to know what I think the tale of this group is, Henry? It's the lack of darts at double.
59.
Now, what I mean by that is, and I referenced it at around about this point yesterday, of 15 games yesterday and 30 collective statistics
59.
of doubles, we had 5 of those statistics where people had 10 or more darts at double in a match. That is scary low. And if you think that's just a one-off,
100.
today, after 11 completed games, out of 22 statistics, it's happened 3 times today.
140.
Now, Pilgrim is hoping from 2-1 down here that he's going to have double digits at double because he's already had 9 and only hit 1. The efficiency on the whole has been exceptional.
100.
Now looking to build to a 3-1 lead, and suddenly this feels like it's becoming a group that's Jimmy Van Schie's to lose, where a couple of games ago we were talking about Darryl Pilgrim potentially completing the perfect 30.
Conan, you require
He's got 6 on here as the Barbarian.
He's going to need another visit, but Darryl Pilgrim is guilty.
You sound like a magistrate on a Monday morning, Nico.
131. Conan, you require 16.
Now does Conan put it away?
8.
And leg 4 might not be behind bars.
You require 32.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
Pilgrim is locked us up at a level score at 2-2.
This is quite attritional
Fifth leg,
for
it's
two
Darryl to throw
very
first.
good players.
Game on.
This is a scrap. And it's very watchable.
98.
I've just been looking back at the year. On the 2nd of November, which was only 3 weeks ago, in Challenge Tour number 21,
108.
as we get our third maximum of the game, second for Conan, Pilgrim lost in a Challenge Tour final to Alexander Merckx.
125.
If Pilgrim had won that tournament, he could have then found himself in the same sort of position as Alexander is
92.
now, which is going to the World Championship and possibly on the cusp of having a tour card. That one game that was played
58.
in Leicester 3 weeks ago may just have changed Darryl Pilgrim's career.
And remember, he was 2 games away in the final Challenge Tour of the year for picking up the
59.
title, which would have been enough to have sealed his place at Alexandra Palace.
We used to talk about Darryl being, and we didn't mean this in a nasty way, because he'd constantly be knocking on the door, but he was a bit of a bridesmaid, and then he became one of the mainstays, one of the biggest winners, record-breaking kind of player.
Darryl, you require
If his Challenge Tour form follows what he's done here, he is going to succeed. Can he hit the ball to succeed here?
55. Conan, you require
Well, this time, and
114.
so Whitehead 114 for a 3-2 lead. Triple 18. Cannot find this time.
58.
His happy hunting ground
Darryl, you
treble.
require
And so
25.
Pilgrim to put his nose in front once again. Look at it, 25. Look at it, 2 8s.
9.
But maybe looking at a
Conan, you
deficit
require
now.
56.
Does Whitehead go for tops? He does.
36.
I am really
Darryl, you
surprised he didn't go for 20 and
16.
double 18. And the frustration boils over, and I don't blame him. It's been a frustrating couple of days.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
More so
Darryl
now that he's
Pilgrim.
behind.
Sixth leg.
I don't
It's
mind
Conan to
reactions
throw
like that
first.
at all.
Game on.
And I don't think Darryl sees that as disrespectful. That is who Conan Whitehead is. He's a driven, passionate dart player.
60.
And he never does that when the other player is throwing or preparing to throw. He does it when he's allowed to.
Well, it's never in plain sight of a player. It's never eyeball to eyeball. The frustration will be when he's at the hockey, the opponent's behind, and if he is frustrated, then the other player's at the hockey. The player will never physically see Conan do it, and there's a big difference
85.
between that and maybe some of the other histrionics we've seen over the years.
There was a really interesting exchange at Minehead over the weekend between Cameron Menzies and Jim Williams.
139.
It was on stage 2, and it was very early in the game. And Jim Williams, I pay so much credit to him for doing this. He had a problem with Cameron
85.
juggling his darts, and Jim could hear it. So he approached Cameron and asked him to stop. Then Cameron apologised. He said he was just a bit too fidgety. And the way they handled that situation was so
117.
gentlemanly. It was an example of how things can be handled on the hockey without confrontation. I think both players deserved a lot of credit.
$84.
I might leave
Darryl, you
Conan
require
5 minutes after this if I were you. Because I think he's going to be seething after this. He's got 6 darts against him to be dispatched. Pilgrim looking to finally finish him off.
81.
He's left himself on 67 after 12 to do exactly that.
But he hasn't been brilliant on the doubles in this match. Whitehead's got to put himself in the frame
96.
just in case.
Darryl, you require 67.
For a 4-2 win and to get himself back on track. He was in big trouble at times in this contest. But he's going to get a dart to win it.
45.
And he's going to need more
Conan, you
opportunities to
require
cross the line.
91.
Bull.
Game shot.
Classic
Stick flag,
Conan.
Conan Whitehead.
Apparently you just can't leave him on the bullseye.
7 from
Whether he's
final
got
leg,
1,
it's
2 or
Barrels
3
at
darts
first.
left.
Game on. $58.
This is a massive leg for Pilgrim now. If he loses it, he's going to be behind in second position for the first time in ages, after equal amounts of games have been played.
This is a darting equivalent of
46.
Manchester City or Liverpool playing a team 7th or 8th in the league that you'd expect to be doing better than that and could be a potential banana skin.
60.
Don't get me started on football today after that rubbish that Newcastle were playing at St James's last night. My word, they were atrocious.
That's no way of talking about West Ham.
They won the game.
93.
They played decent. In the second half, they were the better side, but my word, Newcastle were very bad.
140.
Must be like the 90s again. Manchester City losing every week and Newcastle squandering decent positions. And Oasis are back together.
Not that you would know.
100.
You never saw the 90s. They were fabulous.
From the womb, I did.
Oh, yeah.
165.
Maybe Whitehead has found a way. And double 18, through his career, has been a best friend. It may just be
81.
a second
Conan, you require
defeat
36.
for Pilgrim in a row.
Game shot.
It
And
is
the match.
back-to-back
Conan Whitehead.
defeats for Darryl Pilgrim and for Conan Whitehead. You could see what that victory means. He was boiling over in frustration at times, was the Barbarian, but he's managed to crawl over the line. You can see what it means to him. It's relief more than anything else. But for Darryl Pilgrim, he's got problems on his hands, big problems on his hands, a Jimmy Van Schie-sized problem on his hands, and that is a size problem that you definitely do not want to have. Well, he's got that, and Van Schie has got Adam Lipcombe to kick off the final round of fixtures after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final round of fixtures is upon us, and this is what has happened so far today. Conan Whitehead got the better of Pilgrim 4-3. That's now back-to-back defeats for Mr. P. Pilgrim in some peril because Jimmy Van Schie is 1 win away from completing the card. 4 from 4 for him. And if he gets the better of Adam Lipcombe in our next game, then he will be the table topper overnight because he has a 2-point lead over Dal Pilgrim going into this round. Steve Reynolds on 12 points. He's put himself in a real healthy position to qualify for Group B on his debut. Conan White and Adam Lipcombe going to be 2 big names that will drop into Group C alongside the likes of Richie Howson and Jared Cole on Thursday, Friday afternoon, whilst Hilton Klein is still looking for that first win. Next up for us then, the first game from that final round. Jimmy Van Schie against Adam Lipcombe. Usually when it's first v fifth, you may think it could be a full-gone formality that the player at the top of the table is going to coast to a win. However, we should remind you that Adam Lipcombe today has had 2 averages above the ton mark, and in his previous match broke a PB, an average of 115.62 in a 4-0 win against Hilton Klein. He was 4 from 8 on his doubles. He had 3 180s. It was a special performance, his best performance, but I suppose the question is, how does he back it up?
First, he has to remember what he did.
It's Adam to throw first.
Why did that happen?
Game on.
And if you know what you did in that previous game, just keep doing it.
100.
I like what you said there about this being first v fifth. And it tells you everything you need to know about this group, that the 5th placed person is the person who's had the biggest average of the series.
140.
Strength in depth. But this is a big game for Jimmy. He's now got the same leg difference as Pilgrim.
100.
Meaning if he wins this game, he's guaranteed to have the lead overnight. Based on the points, because he's 2 ahead.
60.
And what he could also do is throw the book back to Pilgrim by saying, I didn't lose a game on Tuesday. You didn't lose a game on Monday. But if I'm ahead of you going into day 3, I'm the person to catch.
60. Adam, you require 101.
Lipcombe looking at 101 to take the opening leg of this contest. Treble 19 would have given him a dart at double 12, and so Van Schie,
49.
who's had the 120 today, looking for his second tub plus checkout if he can fire home the 141. In fact, you could tell that today's been a day littered with high scoring power because there's only been 3 ton plus checkouts. That's mainly because everybody's been down after a decent amount of darts.
32.
Adam's not down with that.
Jimmy, you require 46.
It's going to be double 18 for Jimmy. And when you don't hit your favourite double 18, you have to be good with the secondary double as well. So if you like tops, be good on 10s. If you like 18s, be good on 9s.
And Schie 1-0 to the good. The highest average is that 112 of Nico Springer a couple of weeks ago. That's the best that we saw prior to today in Series 9. Lipcombe breaking 95. The PB for the series. Nico, of course, we will see at the World Championships at the Alexandra Palace in December.
He's been given an awful draw. He's got Scott Williams in round 1, and the winner plays Rob Cross.
125.
But if you remember rightly, Williams and Cross met last year at the World Championship, and I'm sure Springer will have something to say about that.
100.
That's in the same area of the draw as Gian van Veen, the new World Youth Champion, Nathan Aspinall,
85.
Andrew Gilding, Martin Lukman, Ricardo Pietreczko, and one of the most entertaining first-round matches you could ever wish for
100.
Cameron Menzies against Leonard Gates. What's not to like about that one?
125.
That's one of those
Jimmy, you
games where you
require
need a
101.
full venue view service. Van Schie could see this group in full view, and he's taken
shot
out the
second leg.
101
Jimmy
for a
Van Schie.
2-0 lead. The thing is, he's playing tremendously, but he's making it look efficient.
Because he's playing well. He's full of confidence. That's what he was talking to you about this morning.
108.
And when you're confident, you can do anything. Dutch start players, all they talk about is confidence.
140.
It's a great thing to have. You have to build it, and it's taken him all year to get the kind of confidence he's got right now.
Yeah, but Jimmy's got to be careful here because Adam again is averaging in excess of a ton.
You were saying?
Forget about the caution. It's thrown to the wind.
You were saying?
This is nuts. Lipscomb's left himself with a potential 10 darter. And if he doesn't take out the double 18, he may well quite possibly lose this leg.
131.
You were saying?
Adam, you require 36.
They're both on a 10 darter. Technically. I don't think Van Schie would go for the ball.
No score.
You were saying?
Jimmy, you require 50.
Jimmy's going to be more pragmatic than he was in his previous 10 dart attempt.
This is a difficult dart, even for someone of his height. This has got to be nothing but net.
34.
Just off the
Adam, you
rim.
require 36.
Double 18 to get himself back in the contest. 2 9s. He's missed 7 darts at a double in this contest, Adam Lipscombe, but he's not going to miss an 8th there. Back to 2-1. Van Schie appreciating the good leg of Lipscombe there, but has the darts here to re-establish his 2-leg buffer.
I've been doing some crunching, and
59.
I think Lipscombe next year, a really good target for him
60.
if he doesn't win a title here this week and go to Champions Week. That should be his target next year, alongside getting to a quarter-final of a Challenge Tour. That's something he hasn't done yet. 3 times this year he's been to the last 16. That's pretty good. But making the final 8 players of a Challenge Tour on a consistent basis is where his improvement is going to be. And if you look at what Jimmy's been doing over the last year, he can actually use him as a muse.
60.
Well, they're probably at similar stages, but maybe Adam a little bit more advanced as to where Jimmy was at the beginning of this year.
39.
Adam's been around a while. He did play a development tour. He's gone to Challenge Tour now, and he's playing around here. So his experience is growing. His exposure is really good.
100.
I've already talked about the physical manifestations of handling pressure.
6.
I think he's ready to take that next step. And that previous performance, that has proven just a little bit more as well.
He's been saying as well that he credits a lot to these, well, I say new darts of an old set of an Adrian Lewis dart, but the previous set he was using, the previous barrel he was using, the grip had completely gone on it. That was why he had to use a lot more chalk just to get the grip, and he decided he got to a point where he just felt like enough was enough. He got a new set, fresh out the packet, and it's certainly at times yielding results.
Do what you need to do then. Go and find some more. If they're an old barrel, get in touch with the manufacturer, get in touch with dart shops, get on eBay, find some more. Jimmy needs a 20. He finds that.
100.
But I think he should have gone back to the right-hand side for the shot at tops. Hang on.
127.
Almost another highlight for Adam.
Jimmy, you
And what has been a
require
day
20.
of highlights for Lipcombe. Well, this time in the last leg, we were talking about ridiculous averages. This is Jimmy Van Schie's 8th visit to the board in this leg. Adam Lipcombe may get an 8th visit if he doesn't find double five, but no mistake, last start in hand.
You have got to evolve with your game. It's not just about 13 or 14
It's
darters.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
You've got to be able to win the scruffy ones as well when they're 24 darters.
100.
I was speaking to some people yesterday, getting a bit of intel for next week's Champions Week. Talking about Romeo Gerbervat. He's making changes.
140.
And people next week like Harrison, like Labanauskas, like Gerbervat,
140.
like Gotthard. These are people who are making changes in their lives in order to get the most of their talent. And isn't it fabulous that we're going into Champions Week with so many different nations represented? Sweden, Croatia, Lithuania, England.
140.
It's remarkable because this is the evolution of the Super Series.
140. Adam, you require 121.
Well, this now is to win the match
Jimmy, you require
and to be top of the table
121.
going into Wednesday, guaranteed.
Double 14 to complete
Get
the
your
perfect
hand
day in
Jimmy
perfect
Van Schie.
style. Jimmy Van Schie was head and shoulders ahead of the field today. 5 wins from 5, and he is the man to beat. He had to work for it at times against Adam Lipcombe, and the pair exchange a few pleasantries at the end of that particular contest. But for Jimmy Van Schie, he is at the summit. He is guaranteed to be there. He's got 18 points to his name. Pilgrim can only get to 16 if he beats Steve Reynolds after the break.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Yes, Grayson wins!
Tommy Lishman!
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie completed the card. 5 wins and 5, sealing it with a 4-1 success against Adam Lipcombe, averaging 92.19, 4 from 10 on his doubles, and 2 ton plus checkouts, rounding the day off with a 1-2-1 checkout. Our penultimate contest of the day sees Daryl Pilgrim and Steve Reynolds go toe-to-toe. The man from Croydon up against the man from Stockport. 2 English darting strongholds. But who is going to take the bragging rights in this one? It's a big game for Pilgrim. He's seen Van Schie go 4 clear at the top of the table after he had the ascendancy going into today's action. Loses this one. He is in
First
big
leg,
trouble,
it's
you
Steve
said.
to throw first. Game on.
This is really unusual to say. But this is a must-win game for Pilgrim, because if he's 4 behind, points-wise, going into tomorrow, you just can't envisage Jimmy
83.
not succeeding with that buffer. So there are 2 ways of looking at this game. Pilgrim is the better of the 2 players, and form-wise,
45.
he should win the match. On top of that, Steve Reynolds didn't get a leg against Jimmy Van Schie yesterday
100.
or today. The other person that bageled him was Pilgrim. And we've already spoken about his proclivity of beating people below him in the table, but not
45.
above. But his last game yesterday, he won by 4 legs to 0. That was against Lipcombe,
81.
and it feels like a long time ago. But I'm not sure that an 86 average will be good enough to win this game.
140.
Daryl's got to dig deep here and get these 2 points. Otherwise, I think he's going to be playing on Thursday and Friday.
When he left the building yesterday, the eagle was
97.
flying, but it looks like the eagle has been stranded rather than landed. Hit with some turbulence by a big tree.
126. Steve, you require 140.
Reynolds was the biggest hitter of Tub Plus checkouts yesterday. He hit 4 of them. He hasn't actually had one today.
Best not say that to Daryl right now. He's probably thinking, if he knew that, he's going to get one against
100.
me.
Daryl, you require 145.
That was a rather impressive dart from Steve. It now gifts him 3 darts in hand to take this first leg.
99. Check 109.
It's left itself
You
full of
require
double.
40.
Reynolds tops for the opening leg. Double 10. Now up for 5s. Last dart in hand. Pilgrim poised in the background. But he isn't going to get a go.
leg,
Reynolds
Steve
one up. His first leg against Daryl Pilgrim this week.
Second leg. It's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
That's how you got to do it. 1 leg at a time. You can't win 4-0 in the first leg.
57.
That's why you focus on leg number 1. As for Reynolds, this is rather remarkable to say.
41.
But if he wins this match, he'll have the same points as Pilgrim. Albeit their leg difference is rather different. But they've had very different journeys this week.
96.
I don't think anybody would have said that at the end of today, at the beginning of it, that these two would be level on points. And that's not a disrespect to Steve, but everybody expected Daryl to
81.
have a similar day to yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I just want to put what Jimmy's done into some sort of perspective, because we focus wholly on what's happening in the group. And sometimes we forget about what's happened on a daily basis, especially on a Tuesday and Wednesday. Jimmy has won 5 games out of 5 today. And remember yesterday when Pilgrim was plus 18
41.
in leg difference? And we talked about that being a record. Only losing 2 legs all day. Today, Jimmy's lost only 4. Off the back of the record,
96.
it is one of the best daily campaigns we've ever seen again. But this time from a different person.
Well, week 12 tends to be strong because in the past, of the 8 series that have been played previously, 7 of the 8 winners of a week 12 have then made it through to the subsequent Champions Night.
Not surprised by that whatsoever. I remember vividly when Scott Taylor won week 12 in Series 6. He was spent at the end of that week.
140.
But then he stuck around and won Champions Week as well. And by the end of that week, he earned a bit of time off. I'm not sure that he got it.
140. Darryl, you require 42.
Definitely time on. Time to get it. And because he doesn't, Reynolds could get his first ton plus checker of the day.